cigarettes curling, smoking his political trap. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. He's a Republican dragon with his truthful slight, fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance, Puffy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No sound bites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us. This is No Sound Bites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon, here in our offices in the Bronx, New York. I'm happy to be here with you. It is February 1st, and it's 2:32 p.m. We are right on time. I'm happy to have everyone here with us. If this is the first time that you're seeing our channel, I want to welcome you and thank you for being part of our audience. We reach out every Sunday for 9 years now to hear your voices from anywhere around the world, because the First Amendment, freedom of speech, is essential for everyone, and it is your birthright. Whether or not your government agrees with that, whether or not the internet overlords like that or not, that is something we believe in. We have been working on and striving for 9 years on this channel every Sunday. And I'm happy you're here with me this Sunday as well. Now, just so everyone knows ahead of time, I'm not sure why. We may have some problem with Facebook. It wasn't loading up the show beforehand, so I hope that has been resolved. In addition, if you see me wincing during the show, if I'm suddenly like in pain, it's because my back, I threw out my back about 2 days ago. I've pretty much OD'd. I've had the maximum amount of a leave that you can possibly have legally or recommended. And so I'm just in pain as I sit here speaking to you. Literally, I am in massive pain and have limited motion with my right arm. Bear with me. If you see me in pain, you hear me wincing, that's because I am just in that much pain right now. But the show is important and it must go on, and thus I am here with you. I will bear with it. We'll get through the show together. With that being said, I want everyone to know that we're going to go forwards and backwards. We're going to talk a little bit about the recent snowstorm. There was a problem that we told you back in November. Back in December, we were telling you that there was a massive problem that was going to be affecting people, and we didn't trust the government to solve it. We'll go over that with you. We want to talk about some of the things that are not in the mainstream news media right now. I know everyone is poring over the latest disclosure of the e-files. And everyone wants to see who is somehow connected to those files, the pictures, the names, and all of that. I'm not going to be addressing that in this show today. The mainstream media and all of the people on the right, or however connected, are going to be poring over it, putting their spin on whether this is good or bad. Again, it's very simple. Donald Trump said on the campaign trail that he would release the documents. He restated that once he won the election in last year, 2025, I believe it was March. He ordered that the documents be released. That went to court. Again, the Trump administration said they wanted the documents released. Trump again stated that he wanted those files released, and they are being released. Is that happening fast enough for many people? Probably not. But it is happening, and it is having an impact, including with former Prince Andrew of the United Kingdom, who is now being told he's literally being thrown under a bus by the British government, saying that he should come to America and testify before Congress. We will see if former Prince Andrew will do that. That being said, what are we going to talk about? Well, there's a lot. There is a lot going on that we will be talking about. God, as long as I can withstand the pain of my arm, it is bad. All right. So give me 1 second. Let me bring this up. We're going to start with some breaking news that you may or may not have seen. And I want to start off with this one image or this issue right here. And what you can see, this is Ed Krastein is no fan of the Trump administration, President Trump, Republicans, MAGA, America First. Basically, he is a far leftist who hates America. And he's not bashful about it. And very often we will see what he did here. As you can see, this is an image showing a young girl who apparently has been affected by tear gas. And this is in Portland today. This is coming from today. Mr. Krastein says ICE is now gassing children. That is a blatant and direct lie. But he's willing to lie to you because he has a political agenda that he wants to achieve. So he doesn't like enforcing immigration law. He wants to break the law. He wants to pick and choose which law he wants to see enforced. And at the moment, he wants to pick and choose and say that immigration law is not valid. Even though Democrats wrote the law, even though Democrats enforced the law, even though people like President Obama used those immigration laws to deport 3 million illegal aliens in America under his presidency. So now, because it's Donald Trump and because the left hates Donald Trump, hates Republicans, hates MAGA, well, making America great, they don't want to do any of that. So Ed Krastenstein's like, ICE is now tear gassing children. This took place on an Alex Pretty memorial bike ride and march in Southwest Portland. That's not exactly correct. He's not telling the full truth there. There's a lot of information he's leaving out. We'll get to that. He goes on to say, this girl is believed to be 7 years old. Okay. Now, do I think it is possible that leftist parents took their child to a protest? Yes, we see that happening a lot. The left loves to take their children to these protests, which often, especially in places like Portland, Seattle, Minneapolis, they're violent. Violent crimes break out on a regular basis. We see that there is often larceny, there is often vandalization of property, there are attacks and fights with law enforcement at these events on a regular, consistent basis. We know this to be true. Whether you think that's because of law enforcement or because of the, I don't want to call them protesters, because of the violence that is usually attached. But these disruptors often have this violence. Why would you bring your child, a less than teenage, we're talking about a very young child, to this kind of protest? That is immoral. It is abusive. And as I said to Ed Krastenstein, two things. One, what caused the tear gas to be fired? And two, why are parents bringing their kid to protests that often turn out to be violent? Why are you not complaining about the child abuse that is happening before your eyes? And this isn't new. We've seen Democrats for years now. They're perfectly happy with the abuse of children if it fits into their narrative. We saw this under the Biden-Harris administration. 4 years of seeing children by themselves sent to walk on 1,000, 2,000 mile marches with individuals that are drug dealers, cartels, child slavery, human sex trafficking. We see this. And they were perfectly happy to have tens of thousands of children all by their own, surrounded by these dubious individuals, many of these children without proper health care, carrying with them measles and mumps, infecting American citizens, and they were perfectly happy with that. They never once raised the fact that this is child abuse. Absolutely, without question. Whether you agree with open borders, whether you agree with ignoring actual laws in the United States, doesn't matter. That is child abuse. And they were perfectly happy to have that. And they ignored it. And they would tell you, oh, well, you just don't understand. It's the law. It is demonstrably child abuse. But they were okay with that. And in much the same manner that they spent the last 5 years, trumpeting and saying child abuse, sending your child on a 2,000-mile march with strangers with no food, no money, no clothing, no guarantee of safety. If they think that was great, they have no problem with taking their children into a protest zone where violence often breaks out. I feel bad for the child, but their parents should be in jail because they brought their child into imminent harm's way. That should be the question here. But let me address the other thing that Ed Krasenstein did not want to share with anyone, the part that he didn't want to say out loud. This is from Oregon Live, the Oregonian from Portland today, came out at 10:30 a.m. Resign. The Portland mayor issues scathing statement after protesters gassed at a Portland ICE building. So initially, the first thing that we see that Ed Krasenstein and his ilk do not tell the public is they weren't targeting children. Law enforcement did not target children. They were targeting an unruly mob in front of a federal facility, and there was a risk of even greater danger. It's yet another protest in Portland that was turning violent. And so to disperse the crowd, there was tear gas used, a non-lethal means of dispersing the crowd that is potentially violent. It's the problem of the parents bringing their kids to that building, to that protest, knowing that it would be violent. See, this is what the left loves to do. They give you a snapshot. Oh my God, look at this child. They've gotten tear gassed. It's so evil. You left out and cut out any of the information that would allow us to understand, why was that child there? Who put that child in harm's way? See, that's an important part of the entire story. And the answer is the parents of that 7-year-old that apparently was hit by tear gas did it on purpose. They purposefully brought their young child so that they could videotape that child after tear gas had been used. They wanted to get, bear with me. They wanted to get sympathy. That was the whole point. Come on. That was their whole point. Come on, reload. Bear with me. That was their whole point. They just wanted sympathy. They want to emotionally manipulate you to achieve their goal. Now, let's take another look at this because I think it's important. So, Portland Mayor Keith Wilson urged the Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents to resign and told their bosses to leave Portland. I want you to understand what that means. So a mayor of a city is saying that he is picking and choosing. This is a sanctuary city, and he is picking and choosing which federal laws he will follow. I believe the best thing that could happen in this case is cut all federal funding to Portland. If you do not want to follow federal law, you gain no benefit from the federal government. All federal funding should cease and desist and should never go to Portland while they remain a sanctuary city. In terms of sanctuary states, which would be New York and Illinois and California and many others, cut off all federal funding. If you want to pick and choose which federal law you will get, then you are not abiding by the federal government, the Constitution, the amendments. You are creating your own system of law. That is not in the best interest of the United States. That is criminal, and you do not deserve to have any federal money. Why do I keep losing this? So that is yet another factor here. Let me go on. Not only does he say that he wants to pick and choose as a sanctuary state what laws he will follow, he says, and I want to see here, and I want to quote, "To those who continue to work for ICE, resign. To those who control the facility, leave." He wants to have the law broken. He wants to have illegal aliens that do not deserve to be in America, that are in violation of the Constitution, as well as the laws of the United States. He wants to have them there. He goes on to say, "Through your use of violence and the trampling of the Constitution itself says that illegal aliens do not have the rights and privileges of the citizens of the United States, that they are criminal and trespassing." But going on, "You have lost all legitimacy and replaced it with shame." So he is saying that it is immoral to enforce the laws of the United States, written by Democrats, voted for by Democrats, enforced by Democrats. Does that make any sense? This is about Donald Trump. He doesn't like Donald Trump. And because he doesn't like Donald Trump, he's willing to punish the people of his city and his state and this nation in total. It goes on. "Thousands of protesters, including children, marched through Portland and enveloped the blocks surrounding the South Waterfront facility Saturday afternoon. They purposefully brought their kids to a protest that they knew would likely become violent." They go on to say, "Federal agents launched tear gas, pepper balls, and rubber bullets at the crowd shortly after it arrived, after some crossed the building's property line and approached the security gate." Now, this is the leftist media downplaying what happened. Oh yeah, they crossed the property line. They went from public property to private federal property. And they did so in a manner that they were approaching a security gate. We have seen this with Cat Abu over in Chicago. We've seen that happen in Minneapolis. We've seen it in New Jersey. We've seen it over and over again, where a mob of leftist lunatics then surround a federal facility, doing their job, following the law, and because of their feelings, they then erupt into a violent mob riot. And people brought their kids to that. Again, you may not like the immigration laws. You're an American citizen. That's your choice. You may not like Donald Trump, Republicans, or making America great again. I don't know why, but you may not agree with that. That's your choice as an American citizen. But that does not give you the right or the power to create a riot and disrupt the nation, the city, your state, anyone's lives. You don't have that right. You can stand outside on public property with your signs, with your slogans, and shout all you want. Absolutely no problem with that. That is your right. On public property, you have the right to do that. The moment you go onto private property, when you go onto federal property where you are not authorized to be, you impede law enforcement from doing their job, you have committed a crime. That is not a protest, that is a crime. And therefore, you are accountable and you are liable to be arrested. And it is within the purview of the federal government or any law enforcement to use non-lethal force like tear gas and pepper balls and rubber bullets to disperse a crowd. So I don't see a problem with that, but he does. And they admit that these people, let me show you more in this article. Wilson characterized, that's the mayor, Wilson characterized the demonstrations as peaceful daytime protests, where they are surrounding a federal building, impeding law enforcement, and trespassing on federal property. That's not a lawful protest. That's not a peaceful protest. It's one of those things where we see it's mostly peaceful. That's why tear gas was deployed. It was mostly peaceful. And we know the left is more than happy to misrepresent the protests because we've seen it with the BLM riots. We all remember CNN and their reporters standing in front of a camera in front of a burning building that was set on fire by the protesters, and they were telling you, oh, it's mostly peaceful. The arson that's happening in the background doesn't matter. The fact that in that Minneapolis arson, we knew or found out that there was someone who was killed. Possibly the reason why the arson was done was to cover up a murder. And we don't know what the reason was for that murder. But they're trying to make this seem like, oh, the law enforcement are the bad guys for enforcing the law, as opposed to it is the problem of people like the mayor of Portland, the governor of Portland, of Oregon, who have been inciting the crowds to violence, inciting them to have a riot, inciting them to endanger the lives of their children. And if we are being honest and we are being fair, then the parents of all of those children who have been affected by tear gas should be in CPS, Child Protective Services, should be knocking on their door saying, we have to take your child away because you are a parent that endangers your child. You are the problem here, not the tear gas, not the law enforcement, the parent, because of their political ideology, because of their feelings, they have endangered their child's life. They do not deserve to have a child. You may not like that, but that is what the law says should happen. And that is morally exactly what should happen. Your feelings about immigration law has nothing to do with it. Your feelings about Donald Trump have nothing to do with it. The reality is these leftists are more than willing to endanger their children, to cause harm to their children, just to get a video, just to get a picture that they think might get your empathy, your sympathy, and get you to vote Democrat, to give them more power, to give them more money. If there's anyone on the left that thinks, Mike, you just don't understand, fantastic, please explain it to me. If you're on the left and you think that, no, Mike, you don't understand, it's perfectly fine to take a child and to bring them to a violent protest, please explain that to me. I really would love to hear your reasoning on that because it doesn't make any sense. And I guarantee you, if there was a riot, it doesn't even have to be a riot. If there was a actually peaceful protest by the right against any issue whatsoever, and if a child was present, the media would instantly say that those parents were endangering that child in that peaceful protest. And by the way, when the right protests, it is almost always, 99% of the time, it is absolutely peaceful until the left shows up. But if it's only a bunch of Republicans, a bunch of conservatives, there is, not only are they peaceful, they clean up the area cleaner than when they found that before they had their protests. That is normally what happens. It's why across this country, when the right has a protest, unless the left has indicated that they're going to invade, there's minimal police presence because the right doesn't burn down buildings. The right doesn't destroy property. The right follows the law. It's only when the left is involved do you need to have additional law enforcement present because the left is violent every time. Again, if anyone disagrees with me, please, let's have this conversation. Let's have this honest conversation because I want to hear someone honestly debate with me and tell me, no, Mike, it's okay to bring your child to a likely violent event. Please explain that to me. Tell me how that's not child abuse, because it is, morally and legally. All right, there are some comments here. Let me start off with some of the comments. Again, everyone can reach out. Please like, share, subscribe. Even if you don't agree with me, if you want to have these conversations to actually delve into these issues in a way that ABC, CBS, CNN, MS Now, they won't have the honesty, the integrity to actually talk about this and say, what do you think? No, they'll tell you how to feel because they're trying to manipulate you. I am not. You can disagree with me if you wish. We can have the discussion, and that requires the First Amendment, which means please hit the like button, hit the share button. Most importantly, hit the subscribe so that we can reach more people and have these honest conversations. And going into the conversations right now, I see that Gracie was the first one to leave a comment. Hello, Gracie. And Gracie says, felony child abuse to take your child to a protest where people are getting shot with rubber bullets and with pepper balls, but being shot while breaking the law. Yes, that is child abuse in every state across the nation. It is absolutely defined as abuse, except the left don't care. The left want that child to be abused so that they can capture 6 or 7 seconds of that child in dismay and say, but that's because of Donald Trump. That's Donald Trump who did it. Donald Trump wasn't there. Donald Trump didn't fire the tear gas. Donald Trump didn't take the kid, bring him to the protest. Donald Trump didn't endanger the child's life. The leftist parents did. So don't tell me it's Donald Trump. No, it's not. Don't even lie. Don't even lie. If you support children being brought to a protest, you are supporting immoral child abuse, and you have to admit that. Okay, let me go on because I see a comment here from Joel. Joel says, bringing a child to protest is human shield strategy. Yes, it's straight out of Hamas. This is something that Hamas would do. And he goes on to say, if anything happens, more outrage. What about the children? They love to say that. What about the children? If you care about the children that much, why did you bring them to a violent event? Why did you endanger those children in the first place? What about the children? Don't you care about the children? I do. That's why I wouldn't bring them to a violent protest. And again, 90% of all of the leftist protests are violent to some degree, more than enough to break the law. And so, if you're having a protest in Portland where they have 120 days of rioting in a row, that it's probably going to wind up being violent. You have a very clear understanding of the risk, and you're going to bring your child to that? How dare you? And we have Gracie who says, Tim, what's his name, is endangering the state of Minnesota. Tim Walz. Yes, Tim Walz is, because we're seeing the same thing in Minnesota as we're seeing in Oregon. The same thing in Minneapolis is happening in Portland, and of course in LA, in New York City, in Chicago. In the bluer than blue states, you see the left more than willing to endanger their child so that they can get a photo. It's a photo op of, oh my God, see what they did to my child? Well, they didn't come to your home and do that. They didn't go to your neighborhood. You went to the federal buildings, the federal agencies. You engaged with law enforcement. You broke the law. So, yes, that happened. Why did you bring your child to that? It is insane. It is. And we have another comment that came in from Gracie. I bet there are some mandatory reporters in that crowd who aren't reporting these kids being at a violent event. I guarantee it. By the way, mandatory reporters would be people like social workers, teachers, nurses, doctors. I guarantee you, in that crowd, there are medical professionals. There are mental health professionals that are part of this movement, and they see children there. And they will never say, oh my God, that child should not be in this violent protest. They should not be in an area that can be dangerous to them. And I don't mean, oh, well, the kid's going to get shot with tear gas, which they weren't. The left are trying to make you think, well, I saw that child. They saw that there was a 7-year-old and they targeted that kid. They were shooting the pepper balls right at that 7-year-old. No, they weren't. And there is zero evidence to show that they did. Zero evidence. If there was evidence, Ed Krastein and the other leftist socialists, they would have that video out right now. They'd be screaming at the top of their lungs. It would be playing on CNN and ABC right now. But that didn't happen because no one's trying to harm the children. But it's insane to me because they want you to feel like those kids are being targeted. Like they're the people that are being looked at. They're not. It's insane. It's stupid. But this is the manipulation because this is a midterm election year, 2026, and Democrats are desperate for votes. They can't get their money. They're not getting the donations from the billionaires that they normally rely on. People like Bill Gates and Mark Cuban aren't doling out the money like they have been because Democrats don't have a plan. All they have is Orange Man Bad. That's the only thing they have. And that is the same thing in 2025. Every single Democrat that ran for any election, whether it's local, state, or federal, the only thing they all ran on is Donald Trump. They were fighting Donald Trump. Guess what? Donald Trump wasn't trying to be your local policeman. He wasn't going to be your sheriff. He didn't care about joining your city council. He was not part of your state. He was president. He wasn't running for anything. But that's all the Democrats had. And in 2026, again, every single Democrat that is running for an elected office, think of Jasmine Crockett as an example. She's looking to fight with Donald Trump, the president of the United States. She's losing, and it's stupid because that's not the job of a senator. That's what Jasmine Crockett wants. She wants an upgrade. She wants a promotion to be a senator, but the job of a senator isn't to fight with the president. It's to represent the people of her state, which Jasmine Crockett doesn't care about at all, which is why Jasmine Crockett is losing. Tadarico is going to beat the hell out of her, as he should, because she's a terrible candidate. She is a minstrel. She is a race baiter, and she is using the race card to get money. And she hopes that will also transfer into power. But that's not her job. That's not the job she's trying to get as senator. And it doesn't help the people of Texas or the United States for her to do that. All right. Again, bear with me, folks. I'm massively in pain. Massively in pain. You don't realize how my back is completely out right now. I am in pain. All right. Let me go on. So that's breaking news. If you go on to X and some of the other social media, you will see that is being bandied around. And again, they're lying to you. They're showing you a part of what happened, the part that will emotionally manipulate you and hope that you're going to donate and you're going to vote Democrat because they lied to you. Because they are lying to your face and they know it. And they will not address the reality, the child abuse, that they are more than happy to have exist. They're more than happy because the left doesn't care if you live or die. The Democratic Socialists of America, they want you to be hurt. They want you to die. They want you arrested because they think that will help them. They think that they can get just the right photo and they will get empathy, your money, and your vote. They truly do not care. And that is sad. Again, if anyone on the left is hate watching the show and they think I'm wrong, I'm happy to hear that argument. Bear with me. Oh, God. Oh. I'm in so much pain. All right. If any of those of you out there who have back pain, you know I'm really not having a great day today. Okay, but the show must go on. All right. Let me continue. Let's go. Now that's the breaking news that was coming out, but I also wanted to address Saudi Arabia. I want to address what's happening with and 1 second. What's happening with Iran. Because in the push to talk about the Epstein files, to try and demonize the Trump administration, who have consistently been trying to give you this. By the way, let's remember, the Biden-Harris administration had 4 years to turn over the Epstein files to the public. They had 4 years and control of the Congress to be able to disclose all the information, and they didn't. They hid it from the public. They ignored the issue. They let it go. Oh, no, he killed himself and let it go. But now that Donald Trump on the campaign trail and as president is doing what he said, yes, is it taking longer than it should? Absolutely. Is it coming out all at once? No. Should it? Probably. But what it is coming out, and the left, who would not do this, they would not provide the daylight. They would not provide the names. They hid this from the public. And now they're basking in, oh my God, it's taking so long. There's got to be something being hidden. You guys hid it in the first place. But anyway, everyone's talking about that. And they're not talking about what else is going on. We've been talking about what's Alex Pretty and Renee Nicole Good. We've been talking about ICE and illegal immigration. And we weren't talking about what's happening around the world, in particular in Iran. It is a fact that Iran has killed somewhere in the neighborhood of 6,000 Iranians. They have arrested somewhere in the neighborhood of about 35,000 Iranians. And there are many estimates that are far, far higher from the UN and other international organizations that count when governments do this kind of conflict. Now, Iran is an actual authoritarian government. They're a totalitarian religious regime. That's a fact. Unlike what many of the left would like to try and paint the United States as and say, oh, America is authoritarian. No, it's not. Iran is. And the difference between how Iran treats its people and how America treats its people, there's a world of difference. There is no comparison. You may be as upset as you want to be about any particular law, but Donald Trump isn't killing illegal aliens. That's a fact. He is deporting them. That's not the same thing. And American citizens aren't being thrown in jail randomly out of the blue in the tens of thousands. That's a fact. But that is happening in Iran. And the only person who actually has been paying attention to that and is actually trying to help is not only the United States, but Donald Trump and the Trump administration. It was Donald Trump. While the rest of the nation, the news media have been focused on Minnesota and Minneapolis and been trying to convince the American people to want to break the law, to ignore immigration law, Donald Trump has been paying attention and said, hey, wait a minute. Why are 36,000 Iranians suddenly disappearing? They've been thrown in jails, they have been killed, and it's been going on for almost an entire month. It was the United States under Donald Trump who threatened the Ayatollah. The only nation that could actually threaten the Ayatollah and said, if you keep killing Iranians just because your economy fell apart, because the Ayatollah and Iran's government is a failure economically, then that's not a reason to punish the people who are dealing with 1,000% inflation overnight. That doesn't mean you get to kill people because suddenly the cost of a tomato is the same thing as the cost of a car. No, you don't get to kill people because they're upset about that. But Donald Trump got none of the benefit for trying to stop the wanton murder by the Iranian government. And the news media ignored the entire story. Right up to the point where Donald Trump said, if you don't stop killing the Iranian people, the United States may have to come in and do something about that. And then the news media said nothing before that and nothing afterwards, which is odd, considering these are the very same leftists that said America had to join Hamas, that America had to support Hamas, a terrorist organization that killed 34 Americans on October 7th, 2023, and took 22 Americans hostage on October 7th, 2023, tortured and killed 17 of those hostages. And those leftist protesters said, hey, the United States has to be on the same side as the Palestinians, the Hamas, to support them because people were dying. Well, what about the people in Iran? What about the people in the Sudan? Oh, they don't care about them. What about the people in Afghanistan? They don't care about them. That's not moving their progressive socialist agenda forward. There's no political advantage. So they don't care. They don't care that Iranians are dying. They don't care that Afghan women are still being abused by the Taliban. They don't care about the civil war in the Sudan or the 16,000 Americans that were abandoned under the Biden-Harris administration that we still don't know if they ever got home. They don't care about that. That's not politically a benefit to them. That's not going to help various Democrats get elected in 2026, which is all they care about. So with that said, Donald Trump has said, okay, I'm going to bring my aircraft. We're going to bring the aircraft carriers, 2 of them, into the Indian Ocean, right next to the Strait of Hormuz and right by Iran. And Donald Trump has said to Iran, stop what you're doing. Let's make a deal. Or else, just like we saw last year in 2025 over the summer, where the Trump administration was able to pinpoint, destroy the nuclear capabilities of Iran, America will come in and again disable the Iranian government to protect the Iranian people who are being killed by the dictator in Iran. We now are getting close to that moment. And it's a tricky question here. Should America try and protect Iranian people? Should America try to stabilize the Middle East? Now, the left would let you think, well, no, Donald Trump's being a dictator. Donald Trump is being an authoritarian. And therefore, we should release Nicolas Maduro, someone who is absolutely agreed. 60 nations around the world said that man is a dictator. That man is an authoritarian. Maduro is a danger to the Venezuelan people. 8 million Venezuelans had to run away from their homes because of the vile treatment under Maduro. And that's why 8 million Venezuelans are singing the praises of Donald Trump for releasing their country from that evil government. Now America has the same opportunity, or at least to a similar degree, to help free the Iranian people in the same way that we freed the Venezuelan people, to take away that dictatorial government and allow those people to have freedom of choice, to have freedom of speech, to not be killed just because the government doesn't like what they said. And the left is saying, no, don't do it. I want you to understand what they're saying. The consequence of the left that are saying, no, Donald Trump can't influence or support the Iranian people. Literally, it is saying, the left is saying by their actions, no, it is okay for Iran to be a dictator, an authoritarian government that kills its people just because they feel like it. That is the choice. That is the consequence of what the left is saying. Now, again, you can say maybe America shouldn't be there. All right. But we have to understand, if we do not take action, England cannot do this. The European Union cannot do this. It is pick your nation. They have no influence over Iran. They have no influence in forcing the Ayatollah to tone down, to step back from this mass killing of its own people. No other country can stop that. America is the only one that has enough influence and power to make Iran reconsider their actions. And if we do not at least try to do so, then you are condemning tens of thousands of innocent people to die. That is the fact. That is the consequence. And the left does not want to deal with that. All right. Oh, God. Bear with me. A lot of pain. Okay. So, Saudi Arabia, which was previously saying that Donald Trump should not threaten Iran from killing its own people. Donald Trump should not ask Iran to not kill its own people. That's what Saudi Arabia was saying a week ago. They have now changed their mind. And as you can see, this is coming from Axios. This isn't some right-wing rag. It's not the conservative point of view. This is one of the most far-left organizations in news media. I don't find them highly credible personally, but the left does. And Axios goes through this, and they're saying, what is this? What? They put this behind they put it behind a firewall. Okay. It wasn't behind a firewall when I first looked up the story, but essentially the Saudi Arabian government has now said, and this is very important, that Donald Trump must bomb Iran, that Donald Trump must follow through with his threat, that he must stop Iran from killing its own people. This is Saudi Arabia saying that. That isn't some right-wing government. That's not conservatives in America. That's people in the Middle East, neighbors of Iran, that are saying, no, no, no. The only way to save the people of Iran is to, in fact, have Donald Trump destroy some of the government, the Ayatollah, the infrastructure of Iran. I think that's powerful. And I think it's right. Now, I'm not anti-intervention of the United States. I understand the United States is the superpower of the world. You may not like that. You may not appreciate that. You may want America to be more isolationist. But the reality is the United States is the superpower of the world. And as such, we are the police or the daddy of the globe, whether you like that or not. And that means that we have a responsibility to try and increase the amount of peace and stability and reduce the amount of strife in the world, because no one else can. I want to say that again, because no one else can. Therefore, we must. That is one of the responsibilities thrust upon America when we became the superpower of the world. But I'm willing to hear what people have to say about that. If you disagree, I'm absolutely happy to hear your voice. Now, there's a lot of talk about this. Notice, we saw that this is something from Axios. We see the economists are talking about this. You're not hearing from the mainstream news media. Most Americans aren't reading The Economist. Most Americans do not read Axios. It's far left brag. so they don't usually hear that. But the world is reading The Economist. The world is having this conversation. Governments around the world at this moment are saying, hang on, Iran, we would really like to not see moms and dads and children killed by the Ayatollah and the mullahs that run Iran. They would really like to see that not happen. But they can't do anything about it. But the United States can. And so they're expecting the United States to do something, even as they say, hey, America, you're the bad guys. You're the bad guys for trying to save people's lives that we don't have to save. And I just find it interesting. Here it goes. According to, again, The Economist, violence in Iran could lead to a civil war. In Iran, the people are so fed up that just because they complained that they had 1,000% inflation in the space of a month, their government has failed. And the response from the government wasn't to try and fix the economy. It was kill the people who complained. That's going to lead to a civil war. And now, for the first time, America is actually saying, hey, we'll support you. We will protect you. We will help you. I don't think this is a bad thing. I truly don't. There's also more news about this. This is from ABC News. Iran says it now considers the EU, the European Union, and their militaries to be terrorist groups. Why? What's going on? Why would Iran say that every government that doesn't agree with them killing their own people because they're complaining about the price of bread, yeah, they're all terrorists now. And I want to compare and contrast that. In Portland right now, Donald Trump is called an authoritarian because he is following the law written by Democrats, voted on by Democrats, enforced by Democrats. And Donald Trump is considered an authoritarian and evil. And Iran has gone out, their people, they're not even protesting. They're not doing what's happening in Portland. They're not having the protests that we see in Minnesota. They're simply standing up and saying, hey, this government isn't working. The economy has failed. This government in Iran has failed. And because they said that, they are being arrested in the tens of thousands, and they are being killed in the thousands. But Donald Trump's an authoritarian, not Iran. Iran turned off the internet for the entire country. Donald Trump, you can go to any news media source you want, and you will hear about how they say Donald Trump is evil and bad and terrible and authoritarian, and they have freedom of speech. You have no lack of access to credible or reasonably credible news agencies, and hear them tell you how despotic and evil Donald Trump and the Republicans and MAGA are. In Iran, there is no internet. There is no conversation. You can't dare to say that the government of Iran has screwed up the economy, even with 1,000% inflation, because if you do, they'll kill you. I think the understanding of what is a authoritarian isn't what American leftists would like you to think it is. It just isn't. And what we're seeing is Iran has now come out and said that because Europe does not agree with the violence against the Iranian people, the authoritarian nature of the Iranian government, because they dared to speak up and follow the United States. And we're not talking about Europe sending in troops. We're not saying that they have no aircraft carriers. They have no fighter planes over. All they did in Europe is say, stop killing your own people. And Iran said, that's terrorist. To dare to say to the Ayatollah, stop killing your own people, is a terrorist threat. Do you see the difference between what the left would like you to think is a dictator and what is, in fact, an authoritarian dictator? They're threatening Europe because Europe said, stop killing your people. And Iran says it is a terrorist. Only terrorists would tell Iran not to kill their own people. It's insane. It's just mind-boggling. And the news media doesn't want to talk to you about it. The mainstream news media in America does not really want to get into this conversation. They don't want you to realize that what the left is telling you is a lie, that it is an emotional manipulation, and that if we look at the reality of the world as it exists right now, we have examples of what is truly a dictatorship, an authoritarian government, of silencing people and stealing their freedom of speech. We have real world, real-time examples, and it's not America. Not in any way, shape, or form. They don't like Trump. I don't care. You don't have to like Trump. That doesn't mean, just because you don't like Trump, doesn't mean that he's an authoritarian. Doesn't mean he's a dictator. Again, my back is killing me. Bear with me. All right. This is insane to me. Again, if you disagree with me, I am perfectly fine with that. You can chat on YouTube, on Rumble, on Facebook, on X. You can reach out. You can super chat, or you can send a Rumble rant, and you can tell me, Mike, you just don't understand. Tell me why. Because I hear it all the time from the left. You don't understand. I think I've explained it very well. I've been following this for decades. For 2 decades, I've been following these issues. I understand. The thing is, I don't agree with the left. There's a big difference between I don't agree with the left and I don't understand. But they want you to think you don't understand. It's too big. Only members of Congress can understand this. Have you ever talked to members of Congress? I have. Many of them, left and right. Most of the members of Congress are idiots. That's whether you're on the left or the right. Most members of Congress are yes people. They're kind of like Kirsten Gillibrand. They're just there to say yes, to vote yes on whatever the party line is. That's what most of them do. They don't know the issues. They don't even read the bills. We know this for a fact. Clyburn has said it himself when it came to the Obamacare. They don't read these bills. The party says vote for it, so they do. It's insane. All right, hang on. Ooh. Sorry, folks. All right, so let me look at, we have, by the way, John has joined us. Hello, John. Thank you for joining us today. And User Has Been Bad has joined us as well. And User says, the problem is the left considers anyone who doesn't agree an authoritarian. There is no conversation to be had with the far left. Even the so-called center is getting like that. You're true. That's correct. You're absolutely right. And it's sad because we have the examples that tell us they are wrong. But I think it's important that I'm highlighting this for you because the mainstream news media will not highlight this. They do not want to have this conversation with you. They want you to just obey. The left has said, well, if you're not doing what we want, you're the bad guy. And that's very much like what the Ayatollah is saying. It's terrifying to me. I don't know. Bear with me. All right. Let me switch up here. Again, I'm talking about something that the mainstream right now, they're trying to distract you. They want to talk about the e-files. We have the potential for America striking Iran, the Iranian government, to save tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of lives. I think that's an issue we should be talking about. I think our members of Congress should be addressing this, that the public should be informed beforehand and they should have the full understanding of what happened. I know if you've been watching this channel, we've been talking about Iran and the government of Iran killing their own people, jailing their own people, the inflation that's happened there. We've been talking about that for a long time. We've been talking about that with you for a long time. The mainstream news media ignored it. Well, let's not ignore this. We should be involved. We should know what's going on, because it's not a 1 minute, 30-second highlight reel on your local news station. No, you should be able to talk to your members of Congress and say, I either support what Donald Trump is doing or that you support the Ayatollah and the murder of his own people, one or the other. And I want to hear the left. I want to hear the answer from AOC. I want to hear from Ilhan Omar. I want to hear from Chuck Schumer. I want them to explain to me why the United States should not protect the people of Iran, but they absolutely insisted at Harvard, at Columbia, these very same politicians said, but we have to help the people of Hamas, the Hamas terrorists. We had to support them for the very same reason we can't support and help the people of Iran. I don't understand that logic. I don't see how that makes any sense. Let me move on. Let me move from the international, because the mainstream media doesn't want to talk about the international. But they also don't want to talk about the things that are important to you and me. Let me show you what I mean. All right, bringing it up for you now. ICE agents chase down a migrant sex predator after the federal judge allows him to stroll out of New York City. This is what we are seeing from the left. We are seeing sanctuary cities and sanctuary states pick and choose laws based on their feeling without any understanding of the consequences. They just want to do exactly the opposite of making America great. They want to do the opposite of America first. They want to do the opposite of the Trump administration. Even though 77 million Americans voted for Donald Trump and voted for mass deportations, which is part of the Constitution. It is part of the laws of the United States. And that means all illegal aliens. And by the way, polls that have been done by the New York Times and other institutions still show that the majority of Americans want all illegal aliens deported. Now, you may say, but we should get the criminals first. Okay, fine. But all illegal aliens should go. And let's be realistic. It's never going to be all of them. We're going to get rid of a large number of illegal aliens, just like the Obama administration did, just like the Clinton administration did. We're going to reduce the number to something that is manageable. We're going to go from 50, maybe 80 million illegal aliens down to 20 or 30 million illegal aliens, which is manageable. That's the reality of what we're looking to do. And this is what the left is trying to stop. And I'll explain why in 1 second. But this is the problem. And the mainstream media did not want to talk about this. This is an exclusive story, came out yesterday from this is from the New York Post. And they don't want to talk about this. They did not want you to know about this. So what happened is we have this man, the suspect, is an alleged drug addict, a crackhead, allegedly. He is a sexual predator. He is an illegal alien. And he was in a courtroom in Manhattan. And the judge let him go. I want you to think about that. A judge in Manhattan had in front of her a sexual abuser who is also a drug addict, who is also wanted by ICE to be deported, lawfully removed, because he's not from America. He's not supposed to be here. He was kicked out of the country once before. And that judge had in front of her his entire docket, his entire file, telling her about the crimes he was arrested for and the fact that he should not be in America. And instead of doing what the law insists, instead of simply telling law enforcement, ICE, or Border Patrol, and saying, we have an illegal alien, you have a warrant to remove him from the country, he's in my court, come get him. That's all she had to do. In fact, they were already in the building. They already knew that this illegal alien was in the courtroom. They were just waiting for him to walk out. All he had to do was walk out the front door, and they were going to pick him up and remove him because he is a danger and a threat to women and children in America. And the judge said, no, I'm going to help him. The judge was aiding and abetting a known criminal to break the law because she doesn't like Trump. That's it. That's the simple answer. That's the reality. She didn't like Trump. So she would rather put a drug-addicted sexual abuser onto the street to threaten women and children and people in general, rather than follow the law, which is part of her job. Laws created by Democrats, voted for by Democrats, used by Barack Obama. And she said, well, you know what? Yeah, it's Democratic law made by Democratic lawmakers, used by the god of Democrats, Barack Obama, but now it's Donald Trump doing what Barack did. So you know what? I've got to let this absolute threat to public safety, let him out on the streets. You're not hearing about this story, are you? Let me show you what I'm talking about here. So this guy is named Gerardo Miguel Mora. He's 45. He was arrested for shoplifting and stolen property. $130 worth of items. You may be saying, well, it's only $130. Yeah, but how many times does that take before a business closes down? And by the way, it's a crime, period. He's taking food away from you. Food that you could be trying to buy to feed your kids. It could be medication that you are trying to use to feed your family, to protect your family. He's taking what you need. That's what he did. He stole from you. Okay. So he's picked up for shoplifting, stolen goods, at least $100, $130 worth of goods. Then they find out this guy is an illegal alien. He's wanted. They won't tell you which country he's from, but I would say, in my opinion, looking at Mora, he's not American, he's South American. Don't know which country particularly, could be Ecuador, but he's definitely not American, okay? He's definitely not from Mexico, I'm pretty sure of it. On January 7th of this year, he was arrested for having crack cocaine. He's a crackhead. That's the best case scenario. The best case scenario, January 7th, 2026, he was arrested for having crack cocaine. He's a crackhead. The worst case scenario is he's a dealer. He's selling crack to your kids, to your family. And for those of us who are old enough, and we have lived through the 1980s in most anywhere in America, especially any city in America, if you were alive during the 80s and 90s in America, there was a crack epidemic, especially amongst Black and Hispanic people, especially in poor communities across this country. Crack destroyed neighborhoods and generations, destroyed us. And this guy, in the worst case scenario, he's selling crack. He's selling poison to destroy our communities, to destroy our children. This is who the judge helped. This is the person that the judge said, no, I want to break the law, her job, to enforce the law, to make sure the laws are properly enforced. She's going to break the law because she doesn't like Trump, and she instead wants to help a drug dealing, drug addict criminal. Wow. Again, he was arrested on the Upper West Side January 7th. Crack cocaine. That case is still pending in court. In 2011, 2011, he was busted for attempting to grape and strangle a woman. That woman was 21 years old. This isn't an if. It's not a maybe. It isn't something that was up for dispute, something that wasn't known. In 2011, he was caught in the act of trying to grape a woman and to strangle her. And if it were not for a bystander who happened to hear her screaming, he may well have been able to get away with it. He might have killed her. We don't know for sure. We do know he was strangling her. We do know that he was attempting to grape her. That is a fact. He was caught. He was arrested. He served time. He was deported because of this crime, besides being an illegal alien in 2011. By the way, who would have deported him in 2011? Barack Obama, using the exact same laws, the same laws written by Democrats, passed by Democrats, used by Obama, that are being used by Trump. The same exact laws would have been used, that are being used by Trump, were used by Obama to kick this guy out of our country because he was a clear and present threat to women and American citizens in general. And now he's back, and he's still a threat, stealing your property and also trying to sell, either taking or selling crack to our communities. And this judge said, hey, this is a great guy. This judge, Judge Sheridan Jack Brown, she thinks that guy was great. That guy deserves to be on the streets. That guy deserves to be free, running around New York, possibly running to Georgia, North Carolina, maybe to the South, or maybe even back to California. This guy deserves to be running around America, possibly trying to strangle and grape women all across our country. She thinks it's a great idea. And I say she thinks it's a great idea because she had the choice. She could either allow this guy to be deported, as is legally what should happen to him, or she could release him to the public and see what happens. She could endanger the public because she had a feeling she doesn't like Donald Trump. Let me say it again. You can dislike Donald Trump. You can hate Donald Trump. I don't care. But there's a massive, intense difference between I don't like Donald Trump and let the crackhead who likes to try and grape women out onto the street. Massive chasm. And she thinks, this judge, who is a judge in Brooklyn, she thinks it's better to have this crackhead attempting to grape women than follow Donald Trump, than allow Donald Trump to enforce the law that Obama used to kick this guy out of the country in 2011. I don't get this. Leftists, please. The people on the left, BLM, Antifa, the Democratic Socialists of America, AOC, Chuck Schumer, all of you guys on the left, tell me, explain this to me. Give me a reason why this was a good idea. Why this judge should not be thrown out of office. She should not be a judge anymore. Tell me, explain this to me. Tell me why this woman, this judge, should be in any power whatsoever, because she obviously does not care about what's going to happen to the public. She does not care about women across this country. She's willing to throw them under a bus because politics, her feeling about politics is more important. And you can't even say, well, it's Mike, she's following the law. The law says he gets deported. That's what the law says. So you can't even say, well, she's just, she's a judge. She's interpreting the law. The law is clear. This guy gets deported. And you can't even say, well, Mike, he's an illegal alien, but he's not one of the violent illegal aliens. Yes, he is. Yes, he is one of the violent illegal aliens. So you can't even say, well, he's one of the good. He's part of that 99% of good illegal aliens. No, he's not. There is no excuse for this. There is no escape clause for this. This is the insanity of the left. And if there is anyone on the left who says, Mike, you just don't understand, please explain it. I want to hear it. I want to hear your explanation of why this was a good idea. And yes, this is just like Judge Dugan, who did lose her case. She is Judge Dugan, or former Judge Dugan. Hannah Dugan is going to jail for 5 years because it's breaking the law. Hannah Dugan did the same thing that Sheridan Jack Brown did. Hannah she's going to jail. She lost her job. She lost her pension. She's going to jail because she broke the law. And this Democrat judge, she also broke the law, and she should be held accountable too. And to tell me, but she's a black woman. Shut up. That's stupid. Let me say it again. But she's a black woman. Shut up. That's stupid. Stop playing the race card. That has nothing to do with this. Oh, but you can't do that. You can't say that a black woman. Yes, I can. She broke the law. She's a criminal. She is endangering people's lives. Period. Full stop. Truth. I don't care if she's a black woman. I don't care if she was a white woman, a Hispanic, or anything else. She's endangering lives, specifically women's lives, but most Americans' lives. And that means she needs to go. I don't care if you like her because she's black. I don't care if you like her because she's a woman. I don't care if she's gay or straight or part of the alphabet. I don't care. None of that matters. Maybe it's me. Maybe it's me. Maybe I just don't understand that, but I think it's pretty straightforward. All right, God help me. Oh, my back hurts. Oh, it's my shoulder. Okay, let me look at some of the comments here, because I really want to hear. Maybe there's someone on the left that left a comment that can explain to me why this judge isn't under arrest as we speak. Let's see. So, user has been banned, starts off, and he has a comment that says, the problem is the left considers anyone who doesn't agree as an authoritarian. There is no conversation to be had with the far left. Even so, okay, I did cover that. Let me see here. User goes on to say, disband this bar, fire the judge. I would go further and say all government employees should have to face military courts and be court-martialed and face military punishments. I disagree with that. I disagree with that. There is a reason why we have a separation between civilian government and the military. Very big difference. And there is a reason why the UCMJ applies to the military as opposed to civilians. Civilians have a right to make a choice. Whether I agree with the choice or not, every civilian in America has the right to make a choice. And you live with the consequences of that choice. Just like I think this judge, Jack Brown, should also suffer. consequences of her actions. She has the right to make a dumb, stupid, dangerous choice. She has that right, but she must also suffer the consequence of that. She doesn't get to stand up and say, I'm a black woman. That's not a pass. That's not a shield. That's not an answer. But no, we should not treat everyone in the government like the military. I do not agree with that part. Not even for those who are in, and I would say, no, members of Congress, the Senate, they are not military individuals. We do not want to have a military government. I do not agree with that. I understand your reason. But maybe we should, and user goes on to say, maybe we should punish people who are members of the government, judges, DAs, members of Congress, members of the Senate. When they commit a crime, the punishment should be 2 times as high for them. The maximum, they should always get the maximum of whatever it is that they did. And I think that for this judge, instead of getting 5 years, she should get 10 years. Just like Hannah Dugan, when she was a judge and when she did the same exact thing, trying to help an illegal alien escape from ICE to stay in America, to continue to abuse women and endanger the public's lives. She's going to jail for 5 years. It should be 10. This judge, Sheridan and Jack Brown, should go to jail for 10. They don't get a pension, by the way. Their pension should be pulled. I don't care if you've been there for 5 years, if you've been there for, in this case, Sheridan Jack Brown was just elected to office in a special election in Brooklyn. She should be kicked out. She doesn't get any benefit of that office. She doesn't get a retirement fund. She loses it. It's forfeit because of what she supports, the violence that she supports, the danger she supports because, well, she's a Democrat and she doesn't like Trump. That's not an answer. That is not an answer. Let me go on. User says they aren't civilians anymore. They hold more power to abuse than a regular civilian. I do not agree. A judge, a member of Congress, a member of the Senate are just exactly the same as any other American citizen. There is no difference. The sad thing is we have allowed the media and entertainment to elevate elected members of government as if they are something special, as if they are something unique. They are not. Again, I have met many members of Congress. I have talked to many elected officials on both sides of the aisle. They're not special. They're not geniuses. The vote count does not make them smarter or make them more informed or make them better at making decisions. They're just as dumb as anyone else walking down the street. They're just as smart as anyone else. They're not a bunch of rocket scientists. They're not. So they don't get to be anything special. They don't get to do things that American people can't do. They don't get to break laws. They need to be held accountable just like everyone else, maybe even more severely because they have an office. They have sworn an oath to protect the people. So when they break that oath, then they should be severely punished for that because the oath matters. At least this is the way I see it. Other people may disagree. I'd like to hear what you guys have to say about that. Let me see. I like it. Phil says, but Mike, some of them are special, as in special ed. Yeah. I think they're incredibly slow. I believe that they are mentally incapable of doing what the average person in America does. I agree with that. They're special ed, but they are not special in any way, shape, or form. No, they're not. They got a lot of money, and they get commercials, but they're not different. If I gave the same kind of money to, I can literally walk down the street of almost any city in America, and I can randomly pick any person over the age of 20, and they will be as smart and as capable as any member of Congress. That's a fact. It's not an if, it's not a maybe, it's an absolute fact. In fact, we probably get people who are better. To be serious, to be honest, in my experience in having dealt with many, many people in Congress, you could literally go down the street and pick someone off the street that's above the age of 21, and you have at least even odds, if not better, to get someone who's smarter than the member of Congress. The members of Congress are great actors. They are fantastic at smiling, at putting out they have great script writers. They'll speak that little catchphrase. They're really good at stuff like that. They're not good at actually following the law or creating laws or actually thinking. They can't explain why they do the things they do because they don't actually know what they're doing, which is why I guarantee you that if this judge, let me put this back up for a second. I guarantee that if I were to speak, and by the way, this is an open invitation. Judge Sheridan Jack Brown, if you would like, I will give you as much time as you would like, any day of the week, to explain why you think that the criminal, Mora, deserves to be on the public streets. Why the risk of him raping women is not as important as Donald Trump is a bad guy. Your political feelings, please explain that. And again, the average person in America would say, no, that guy's a threat. He is a known, convicted threat. He has to go. So when I say, she's an example of someone who's special ed, she's a judge. She's supposed to have all this. She has a lot of degrees. She has a massive amount of debt. And she has no brain cells in her head that actually are useful. I can find someone in the middle of the street and they will do as good or a better job than Sheridan Jack Brown. And I don't care that she's black. Doesn't matter. If you say, well, she's black, that's not an attribute. That's just an intrinsic fact. Yes, she's black. That doesn't mean she's smart. She's a woman. That doesn't mean she's smart. And her logic obviously does not exist. And that's not because she's black. That's not because she's a woman. It's because she's an idiot. But Judge, if you want to come on and you want to tell me why you think I'm wrong, I'm all ears. If the Democratic National Committee would like to come on and explain why they think Judge Hannah, what's her last name? Hannah Dugan, that's it. If you want to explain why former Judge Hannah Dugan and why Judge Jackson Brown, why they're right to endanger the public, I'm happy to hear it all day long. Chuck Schumer, AOC, Ilhan Omar, Anna Presley, whomever, any Democrat that would like to, any elected Democrat that would like to explain this to me. Richie Torres, he's a congressman from the New York 15. Richie Torres, you're my congressman. How about you explain to me why Judge Jack Brown should continue to hold her title, why she is not arrested? You want to explain it to me? Mamdani, Mayor Mamdani, do you want to explain this to me? Kathy Hochul, Governor Kathy Hochul, do you want to explain to me why this woman continues to be a judge? Please explain it to me. Let me go on. And people should be happy, or rather, the left should be happy that I hurt my back. Otherwise, I'd be losing my mind right now. Let me see here. Let's see. So, user has been banned says just following orders didn't work in World War II. Same goes for cops and paper pushers in the government. I agree. And notice, I'm not asking for anything more than follow the law. The judge broke the law, and she knew it. And she knew she was breaking the law. And she did it for the worst reason you can possibly imagine: her political feelings. That's it, her feelings. There is no law about this. She doesn't like Donald Trump. She doesn't like Trump doing what Obama did. So therefore, the women in New York State and possibly any other spot in the country, they're all at risk. Throw this guy out and let him go and grape another woman. Maybe he'll run away to Georgia, as we've seen they have done. Maybe he'll go to North Carolina, middle of America, and he'll go grape a bunch of women there. Because that happens. We've seen it happen. We know that when judges release these types of individuals, I'm talking about people who would grape women, not his nationality or ethnicity, but when these kind of criminals, when they're released, when they're not held accountable, people are hurt every single time. All right, let me go on. I have another comment from user who's been banned. He says, can I arrest a cop breaking the law? Yes. Yes, you can. It's called citizen's arrest. Yes, you can arrest a cop who broke the law. That's true. You can arrest a member of Congress who has broken the law. That's true. It's called citizen arrest. Now, to be able to citizen arrest somebody, you must have a clear and absolute proof of the crime that has been committed. You have to know the law explicitly well. But yes, you can. You can hold a cop accountable. You can hold a member of Congress, even a judge. You can citizen arrest them. That is allowed by law. That is part of the law. A lot of people don't realize that, but yes, you can. So user has been banned says, no, I have to report and hope IBA does their job. They usually don't. Well, that's not true. I know that may be the feeling, but yes, the bad cops do get worked out of the system. They do get arrested or thrown out of the police force more often than people notice, because it's not the headline news. Because the news media has a preference. They want eyeballs. They want you to not trust the police or law enforcement. They want you to be afraid of the criminals. And that means you're going to run to the Democrats who promise to protect you, because they're going to make every decision for you rather than you make a decision for yourself. It's the whole thing with Mamdani, that government will take care of every problem. There is no problem too big for government. You're afraid of criminals on the street? Come to government, and government will take care of you. It's terrifying, folks. It is terrifying. It's almost as bad as my back right now. Oh, God. And I want you to understand, when we don't punish these people, when we allow them to break the law as they are, what we are seeing, oops, wait a minute. Sorry, hit the wrong button. What we are seeing is that these politicians are actually encouraging more crime to happen. When a bunch of these protesters, the leftists, these violent leftist members of the Democratic Socialists of America, BLM, Antifa, when they see that a judge is letting criminals go free, they're encouraged to do it. It's like, well, what's the reason anyone's going to arrest me? So what we see is then they go out and they say, well, we don't like ICE, which is a lawful part of the government. And they don't like them. So they're going to break into a hotel And 66 of them got arrested for breaking into a hotel and disturbing the public, threatening the peace and stability of the public because they have a feeling. Because they don't like Donald Trump. They don't like democratically written laws on immigration because they don't think about it. They don't think that Donald Trump's following the same law that Obama did. They don't like that the Democrats, like Chuck Schumer, voted for the laws that Trump is enforcing. They don't like that. So they think that they can then go to a hotel in Tribeca and threaten people, and they don't even know if anyone in that building is a member of ICE. They don't even know if anyone there has done anything illegal. They just have a feeling. So they will spread fear in hotel after hotel across America, because the same thing happened in California, it happened in Portland, it happened in Minnesota. They will go to a hotel and just threaten everyone in there, intimidating and coercing and fear-mongering because they have a feeling. It's criminal. That's why 66 of these people were arrested at the Hilton Garden Inn on 6th Avenue. That's in Tribeca. That's in Manhattan. They're evil. That's evil. Imagine if 100 people, 66 people, walk into your job or to the school where your kids go to or a church. We've seen that happen there too, where they just walk on in and they go, someone here might be a member of ICE. So we're going to scream and shout at the top of our lungs. We're going to threaten people's lives and livelihoods. We're going to riot for lack of a better word, because they have a feeling, because they don't like what other people do. Imagine if someone tried to go to your job and said, I don't like you. You wear a gray jacket to your job. So therefore, I'm going to try and get you fired. I'm going to try and get you kicked out of my state. I'm going to threaten your girlfriend. I'm going to threaten your wife. I'm going to threaten your kids. You'd say that's insane. But that's what they're doing. That is exactly what they're doing. Yes, I see you. And so, yeah, no. And that's exactly what they're doing. It's insane. But the news media is okay with it. The news media says, that's great. They're the good guys because they're going to vote Democrat. So it's okay that they do that. And we should forgive them because they're going to vote Democrat. That's just insane to me. That's just insane to me. All right. All right, folks. Hang on. Oh. You really don't understand how much pain I'm in. Okay, what I'm going to do, normally we go about 2 hours before I take a break. I need to take a break. I need to step away. We're going to talk more about Mamdani, and I want to get into what Mamdani has done, how he has failed, and how, again, feelings by leftists do not equal anything good. It is always a negative outcome. Mamdani had a feeling. It was a very leftist socialist idea, and people died as a result. It's another example of how they fail the public. And I'm going to get into that when we get back. But until that time, I want to take a moment. We're going to take about 45 minutes, a quick break. And because so much is going on with Iran, because America may be trying to save the people of Iran, it's important to understand the background about Iran and how they have been torturing their own people for decades now. Decades. And let me put this up here. So this is an article that came out 4 years ago. This is from 2021. And it highlights 6 years going back from there. So about 2015 to 2021, 6 years and 3 presidents dealing with Iran's nuclear deal and how that's affecting, and that puts it in perspective of what's going on right now in Iran. And we're going to talk about that. And at, let's call it 5 o'clock. At 5 o'clock, we will be back and we'll pick up with Mamdani and some of the other news that is going on right now that the media doesn't want you to talk about. We desperately must have a conversation about. Whether you agree with me or not, that's okay, but we need to have these conversations. So we'll be back at 5 o'clock. And thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, Dragon of the Southern Tier. I'm happy to be here with you today as we're going to be speaking about something rather important. The security of the United States, the safety of Europe, and of course, the status of our greatest ally in the Middle East, Israel. Yes, in other words, I want to talk about the Iran nuclear deal, something that is ongoing as we speak. Negotiations are happening right now, and this has been something that's been going on for more than 6 years. And the question is this in the best interest of the United States and the world? Will this create more peace? Well, we're going to take a look at that to give you an honest and realistic look at this that the mainstream media really wants to avoid even trying to discuss. But before we get started, we do want to mention that if this is the first time that you're seeing our channel, we want to welcome you and thank you for joining us. We want you to know that we do long-form political commentary. And every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we do a live stream with you. We reach out to hear your chats, your tweets, even your phone calls from anywhere in the world to tell us what you think about the issues that are affecting us all. We reach out because we believe in the First Amendment. We believe in your right to speak. It is unalienable. And that is something that belongs to everyone in the world, regardless of what your government may think, what the internet overlords may think. You have a right to speak, and we want to hear your voice. And so we hope you will join us every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to share your voice with us about these important issues. We look forward to it. Now, to address the issue for today and the conversation that isn't happening, the conversation that really needs to happen, which is the Iran nuclear deal. This is something that was going on since 2013, but most importantly, in the last 6 years, with 3 separate presidents, that's President Obama, President Trump, and the Biden administration, we have seen this deal take different outlooks, different promises to the American public, and different reporting on what it is actually accomplishing. And this is going to be important for 2022, not just for the United States, but also for our greatest ally in the Middle East, our only ally in the Middle East, Israel. It's going to be very important for Europe and looking at our allies there, both because of immigration and also because of safety concerns. So let's try and understand what is actually happened with the Iran nuclear deal and what will happen with it going forward. To do that, let's start off, first of all, by taking a step back in time, because the major mainstream media is guaranteed, they are hoping and praying you don't remember. So let's take a look back, because we do remember. In fact, we recall that we were speaking about this in April 21st of 2015. The Obama administration on April 2nd, 2015, announced that they had come to an agreement with Iran, and that agreement would take force on June 30th of 2015. This was the Iran nuclear deal. It encompassed a couple of different things. Iran would promise not to make a nuclear weapon, something that they have been developing and working on for decades, and that they would stop the production or the research into creating a nuclear weapon. And in exchange for that one concession, the United States would remove all sanctions on Israel. That's $450 billion worth of sanctions that were preventing Iran from being able to expand global terror and to commit more oppression on its own people at the time. So we saw that in 2000, November of 2013. It's very important to understand that as these discussions were going on, before the deal was made, in the discussions about the deal, on November 13th, the then Iranian president Hassan Rouhani said, "Let anyone make his own reading, but this right is clearly stated in the text of the agreement that Iran can continue its enrichment. And I announce to our people that our enrichment activities will continue as before." In 2013, while there was negotiations for the Iran nuclear deal, Iran made it absolutely clear they plan to continue to approach, to be able to create nuclear weapons. Nothing was going to stop them. They went on to say in 2015, under the Iranian Foreign Minister Javad Zarif, a name you will hear again in this conversation today, he stated, "We will continue enriching, we will continue research and development." So even as the Obama administration in 2015 were taking a bow and making the claim that they had made the Iran nuclear deal and that there would be more global peace, we had Iran saying, "No, we're still going to make a nuclear weapon. We're still going to go forward. We're just taking the money from the United States." That's got to be troubling to people. It should also be troubling to also understand when we look at North Korea, in which many of the same kinds of deals were made, and yet what happened there? It was in 1985 that North Korea joined the Treaty of Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons. In 1994, North Korea signed the agreed framework in Geneva. In 1998, North Korea conducted long-range missile tests. And by 2002, North Korea admitted they had violated the Geneva framework and secretly enriched uranium. It was followed up in a year later, in 2013, North Korea claimed to be a nuclear power at that time. All of that happened after multiple rounds of talks with many nations involved, inspections by the International Atomic Energy Agency, serious violations of all the agreements that were made with various nations, including the United States. And the world was watching North Korea while all of this was happening. These are the very same things we are being promised with Iran, that we will watch them very carefully, that the International Atomic Energy Agency will do inspections and keep an eye on what they're doing, and that we have many talks involved to guarantee that Iran won't cheat. And yet none of that stopped North Korea. And we have no reason to believe that any of this would stop Iran, even as Iran in 2013 and 2015, and since that time, have told us they will make a nuclear bomb. They are not going to stop. They have never, ever said that they won't make a nuclear weapon. That's important to understand. Now, in 2016, something else that was very important was stated. Only 6 months after the deal had been signed and was in effect, and the United States was releasing $450 billion to Iran. About $150 billion in cash was delivered in planes to Iran for this nuclear deal. And it was in January of 2016 that then Secretary John Kerry admitted and stated on CNBC the following statement, quote, "I think that some of it will end up in the hands of the IRGC or other entities, some of which are labeled terrorists." He's speaking specifically about the provision to provide over $150 billion in funds that were frozen by international banks, that sanctions have prevented Iran from being able to touch. Over $150 billion we're speaking there. And the IRGC is Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps, which is identified by multiple nations as a terrorist organization, that they train and enable terrorism on a global scale. And John Kerry has just admitted in January of 2016 to CNBC and the world that the United States has just funded global terror, that we have enabled more global terror through Iran because of the Iran nuclear deal. That flies in the face of what we have been told would be its number one provision, to create more peace in the world. And it's so bad that the then CIA director, John Brennan, in speaking about the Iran nuclear deal, had to state, quote, Kerry and crew left a loophole a mile wide when they effectively allowed Iran to conduct all the illicit work it wants outside of Iran in countries like North Korea or perhaps Sudan. So the director of the CIA, in looking at what the Iran nuclear deal actually did, not the promises, not what was being promoted by the mainstream media, but looking at the actual factual results, in only 6 months was able to say that this deal enabled more terror in the world. It created more problems than it not existing. That has to be troubling, especially when we then look in 2016, June of 2016, Hezbollah and its leader, Hassan Nasrallah, stated, quote, we are open about the facts that Hezbollah's budget, its income, its expenses, everything it eats and drinks, its weapons and rockets are from the Islamic Republic of Iran. So again, we are being told by another international terrorist organization that they are being funded by Iran. And Iran has just received $150 billion from the United States because of the sanctions that were lifted. And we have been told by the CIA and the then Secretary of State under the Obama administration that terrorism would increase because of the Iran nuclear deal. These are incredibly important facts that we have to look at. We have been told by our intelligence agencies, by individuals in charge of our state government, that individuals around the world are knowing that Iran has been able to increase the net global terror in the world. Terrorism increased because of the Iran nuclear deal. This is a reality. This isn't our guess. This isn't a supposition. This is factual. This happened in our past. This was the result of the Iran nuclear deal. It is a reality that we all have to understand. It is something that the mainstream media never wants to tell you and have always avoided, but it is the facts. We are quoting from the mainstream news media and these international terrorist organizations. So that's the reality. I understand what the hope was, but that's the reality of what is the Iran nuclear deal. It is an increase in global terror with no guarantee of stopping Iran from creating a nuclear weapon, which they are dead set in doing because they want to destroy all of America. They want to destroy all of Israel, and they want to destroy any nation and any country that does not believe exactly what the Ayatollah tells them to believe. These are facts. They are indisputable and they are irrefutable. Now, in 2018, there was a change in our government, of course, after the 2016 presidential election. President Trump, a long-term opponent of the Iran nuclear deal, stepped forward and he made a decision. He decided to take the United States out of the Iran nuclear deal. As reported by the BBC in May 9th of 2018, Trump pulls out of the Iran nuclear deal. He's breaking with the U.S. allies. And Trump stated that the deal only limited Iran's nuclear activities for a fixed period. This is true. that the deal had failed to stop the development of ballistic missiles. This is true. And had handed Iran $100 billion, actually more, that it used as a slush fund for weapons, terror, and oppression across the Middle East. This is true. So, just looking at this, the deal was a short-term effort. It was a stopgap measure to stop Iran from getting a nuclear weapon, which Iran did not accept as part of the terms of the deal. Not in 2013, not in 2015, not even after President Obama went on international news media and said that Iran was now stopped from getting a nuclear weapon, and Iran turned around and said, no, that's not true, and that they were going to make a nuclear weapon even with the deal in place. As bad as that is, it also allowed Iran to do the second most important thing that endangers the national security of nations around the world. The Iran nuclear deal allowed Iran to be able to make ballistic missiles, otherwise known as ICBMs, or you may have heard them called intercontinental ballistic missiles. That is how we, the United States and Russia and China, are able to threaten each other with nuclear weapons. It is a missile that is able to be launched from one continent, one country, and to reach the other side of the world. With the capability of having an ICBM, then it is possible for Iran to threaten New York City, or Los Angeles, or Chicago, or Miami, or any other place in the world. And that is absolutely allowed under the Iran nuclear deal, that Iran is able to develop a ballistic missile that would then be able to threaten every nation in the world. And they were funded, with the sanctions being released, they were able to fund that research, which is an essential element. Because even if they knew how to make a nuclear bomb, they wouldn't be able to get it anywhere in the world unless they had a missile to be able to deliver it. That's the thing that's important. It's a two-part package. Yes, they have to be able to make nuclear weapons, but they also have to be able to deliver that weapon, that bomb, to somewhere in the world to be a threat. And the Iran nuclear deal gave them that opportunity and funded global terror at the same time to distract the world. Again, these are facts. This is history. This is confirmed. BBC, CNN, the New York Times. These aren't things we're guessing about. These are things that were happening in our recent past. So we had something that we wanted to say about that. We want to discuss this with you. And in fact, in May of 2018, we did have an audio podcast in which we were discussing the Iran nuclear deal and a decision by President Trump to take America out of that and to re-engage, to restart the sanctions that prevented global terror around the world. And this is what we had to say at the time.
But I have yet to see where we have a reason why we would want to be involved in this deal, because it's just not good for us. There's no positive there. When we have the Prime Minister of Iran, we have the Ayatollah of Iran saying death to America, that they want to kill us, that they're going to go forward with their nuclear weapons program, that the Iran nuclear deal didn't prevent them from being able to move forward with the nuclear weapons. Why in the world are we going to be in that deal? What benefit does it have to us? I mean, John Kerry's going over to save the deal for what? The Iranians themselves are saying that they believe that that deal allows them to kill Americans. Okay? I think I wrote that up on, it was my article on July 26th of 2015, that, that this is a skeptical deal. We have to be skeptical. There is nothing positive about it. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu at the time in 2015 had mentioned that he thought that the Iran deal has two paths to the bomb. One, if they keep the deal, the other if they cheat on the deal. And it's always important to understand Iran has lied to us many times. They're moving this forward every time. They're continuing to move forward with nuclear weapons. We've seen nothing that stopped them. And the nuclear deal did not prevent it. I mean, it left them with centrifuges. It allowed them to work on being able to have missiles that are capable of hitting Europe, Israel, and America. That's what they're developing. And we want to keep that deal for what reason? I mean, seriously, folks, where is the benefit here?
So even in 2018, we were asking the question, where is the benefit? And that's a very important question because we never saw a benefit, not under the Obama administration, not under the Trump administration. We saw an increase in global terror. We saw more people die. We saw that the United States was funding this. We saw that Iran continued to state that they wanted to destroy America. They wanted to destroy Israel. They wanted to kill anyone who did not believe what the Ayatollah believed. That's a problem. And that's something that never changed. But yet we were told by the Obama administration, by progressives and by Democrats, that we need to re-engage in the Iran nuclear deal. That for some reason, this would be a benefit to the United States, even though we factually saw it provided no benefit and no assurance of safety going forward. It was appeasement. That is true. It was an appeasement. It did appease and appeal to Iran. It gave them something to look forward to, but it gave no assurance of safety. And in fact, we wanted to speak about it more. And in May of 2019, we decided to speak about it a little bit more.
In fact, socialism and communism are responsible for more deaths in the world in the 20th century than any other cause combined, in terms of war, in terms of nuclear bombs, in terms of, you put it all together, more people have died at the hands of socialist and communist governments than every other form of government and every other war that's out there. And yet we're seeing more Americans say that that's a great idea. And you know who's happy to hear that? You know who's looking forward to that? Iran. Iran is happy about that. Because as we see in the news, reported on the 22nd, yesterday, May 22nd, by Reuters, Iran youth, the article's title is Iran Youth Will Witness the Demise of Israel, American Civilization. This comes from the Ayatollah of Iran. So here's a problem. Here's a big, big problem. Iran wants to kill America. Iran, who believe, along with Mr. Lind, John Lind, and the Taliban, and the Al-Qaeda, and ISIS, believe that Americans having freedom is evil, and therefore you need to be killed. Notice I didn't say that Republicans or conservatives are evil, not libertarians are evil. No. They said Americans. So that means progressives. That means liberals. That means Democrats. They want to kill us all. They don't see a separation. They don't see a division. They don't agree with the political differences. They see us all as Americans, period. Stop. And that we all deserve the same death penalty. That is what they believe. That doesn't come from a political ideology. And just because you may be a kind-hearted liberal progressive and think that, you know, there should be a hierarchy of the micro categories and that people who happen to be transgender are more important than people who happen to be white or male or straight or some combination of those things. No, they don't care about that. They would kill. Iran actively and repeatedly and consistently kills transgenders, gays, and people that they don't agree with, whether you happen to be male or female, especially women. They believe in raping them, killing them. This is what their government does.
And think about that. In 2019, we had the Ayatollah of Iran saying death to America, that they want to kill Americans, that the youth of Iran in 2019 will grow up to see the death of the United States and, of course, Israel as well. And I doubt that our allies in Europe, whether it be France, Germany, any of the European nations, the United Kingdom, I doubt they would be left as safe. Once the United States is out of the way, once Israel has been removed from the face of the earth, I don't think that the Iran would stop. And this is what they told their youth. This is the program that they are giving to the next generations of Iranians. And once again, they have confirmed that they are looking to find a means to eliminate entire countries. And it has no difference on what your political preference may be. In watching this right now, as we recap history that has actually happened, as we recap this history where we have seen consistently in 2013, 2015, 2019, we have heard Iran say they will make a nuclear weapon, they will kill Americans, they do not make a differentiation on your political preference. If you are a progressive, you are as much of a threat to Iran as a Republican or a libertarian. They don't see a difference because you believe in people being free. In fact, I would be more fearful for the more socialist-leaning Americans, those who believe in socialism, because Iran absolutely disagrees with transgenders. It absolutely disagrees with the rights of gays. It disagrees with the rights of women to be able to drive, to be able to read, to be able to have positions of power. The things that we know, we keep hearing from the progressives are their mainstays. These are the things that they go to on a regular basis, that this is how they appeal on an emotional level to American people and around the world. And Iran despises every aspect of that. And that's one of the reasons they want to kill every single American. So it's not about your political beliefs. That isn't going to spare you. And this situation gets worse by the minute as we understand the history and what that's going to lead to in our future. Let's take a look at what we see with what has happened. Going to May 28th, just a few days after Iran had promised its youth that they would live to see America being destroyed, we then had, on May 28th of 2019, we had this from Senator Dianne Feinstein. Senator Dianne Feinstein was identified as being in contact with Javad Zarif. And again, who is that? Javad Zarif is the individual, here it is, from 2016, who is the foreign minister of Iran, who said that Iran would continue to enrich nuclear materials and that they would research and develop a nuclear weapon no matter what the Iran nuclear deal said. And Senator Dianne Feinstein was speaking with him. And this is what this entailed. Dianne Feinstein was reached by Iran via Zarif, and they started having comments. Now, the interesting thing here is when Dianne Feinstein's communications director was asked about it, he says he can't comment on who the senator does or does not speak with. Actually, he can. He is the communications director. He would know if she's speaking with Iran. And we see that Dianne Feinstein later in the day came out and mentioned, as I quote, "A war isn't necessary to solve a problem when both sides want a solution. I urge Secretary Pompeo to reach out to the foreign minister Javad Zarif, who I know doesn't want to see conflict with the United States." So essentially, Senator Tom Cotton comes out and he makes a comment that the United States, he supports President Trump and he wants Iran to back down. That their ambitions with the nuclear weapons, which were not prevented by the Iran nuclear deal, and more importantly, the missile development to create an ICBM, an intercontinental
ballistic missile, which is the weapon necessary to get a bomb from Iran into the United States. That is their number one effort because they can create a nuclear weapon in less than a year. The question is, that isn't the problem for Iran. The question and problem for Iran is getting that nuclear weapon to the United States. They don't have a missile that could do that. The Iran nuclear deal did not prevent them from developing a missile that could bring that nuclear weapon to the United States and therefore threaten us. That is what is critical to know about the Iran nuclear deal. It allows them to create intercontinental ballistic missiles, which is the problem. That's the big deal. So we see that Senator Cotton takes a position along with President Trump on a strong defense of the United States. Iran reaches out, presumably reaches out to Dianne Feinstein, or Senator Feinstein reached out to Iran. It's unclear which way that happened. And in response, and says, hey, how do you feel about this? What's going on? And their response from Iran is, oh, we don't want to have a war. They've always said they don't want to have a war. They've also always said that they want to kill every single American, Democrat, liberal, progressive, or anyone else. They want to kill all of America, period. Our existence is a bane to them in general. So she comes out, and now she is now taking, by this statement on May 16th, Dianne Feinstein is now taking the position of Iran. She is being the mouthpiece for the Ayatollah of Iran.
Can you imagine that? Can you imagine this history, which some people may not be familiar with? This is history. This happened. A United States senator was engaging in international discussions, diplomacy, policy, international policy, with a foreign leader, representatives of a foreign nation, and was trying to negotiate on their behalf. Dianne Feinstein is advocating for the best interest of Iran, not the United States, not the state of California, but for Iran and the Ayatollah of Iran, a nation that has said consistently that they want to destroy America, all Americans, of every political faction and every religious belief and every sexual preference you could possibly imagine. And she did this behind the backs of the Trump administration. Well, why in the world would she do that? And how does that help America? How does that create more peace? Because Iran says, well, we're not going to be at war. No, they don't want a war. They want an eradication. It's called a jihad. They want to remove the existence of the American people and the Israeli people and probably all of Europe as well. And yet we have Senator Dianne Feinstein, who couldn't bother to take the time to look back to 2016 and see that the very same person she was talking to, the very same person who's telling her, no, we want to be peaceful, is the very same person who said, oh, we're going to make a nuclear bomb. Are you kidding me? And this is what the Democratic Party has been advocating for. This is what they have been pushing forward. In 2013, 2015, 16, 19, they are continuously saying, well, we will get peace. We need to appease Iran. We need to make a deal with Iran. We have to be friendly with Iran, as Iran has consistently said to their face internationally, oh, and we want to kill you. We want to kill each and every one of you. Give us the money, give us the ability to increase global terror and to kill you, to make ballistic missiles so that we can kill you. This is the Iran nuclear deal. This is the environment that the Iran nuclear deal was created under. And then in 2020, we continue to talk about this issue.
Now, we know this is something that's happened before under President Obama. I think it was 2015 with the Green Movement during the Arab Spring. And at that time, President Obama ignored them completely. The movement failed, and we have the continuation of the current regime of Tehran with the Ayatollah. What has happened now, though, is that these very same people, many of them from the same green movement, that are looking for democracy in Iran have come out and they have praised President Trump for standing up to the Ayatollah. They have renewed strength and energy in trying to get democracy in their nation. And this is a great thing. Now, Iran, for its part, the government of Iran, the Ayatollah, has decided that the answer to this is shoot people. And they have the government, the police, have been reported to have shot protesters in Iran and Tehran and several of the cities to stop people from protesting, which is horrendous. President Trump, for his own part, has said to Iran, it's great that you're not attacking Americans, and you better not attack Americans, but also stop attacking your own people. So he is doing more than what we've seen from President Obama in the Green Movement by actually addressing the fact that there are Iranians who want democracy and not the global terror that is, and when I say global terror, supporters of global terror that Iran has done.
Can you imagine that? Because we can. And again, this is history. This is from January of 2020, before the world became highly distracted. So we know. And again, going back in time, 2015, what was the United States, when the United States was trying to put together the Iran nuclear deal, President Obama willfully ignored the moderate movement in Iran, those people who are looking for freedom, just like we have seen the Obama administration and the Biden administration completely ignore the people in Hong Kong that were asking for freedom. They were asking for democracy. They were trying to break away from the oppressive communist rule of China. And now we have President Obama failed. President Trump succeeded. He pushed back against Iran. He forced the Ayatollah to not be able to, he caused the Ayatollah and Iran to not be able to expand on the global terror that they wanted to increase. And he pushed back their ability to create ballistic missiles. This is a positive for the world, and it encouraged the Democrats, the moderates in Iran, to seek democracy. So that's a benefit. So in not having the Iran nuclear deal, we encouraged more Iranians to try and seek democracy. We diminished the ability of Iran to spread global terror, and we endangered the oppressive rule of the Iranian government because we weren't part of the Iran nuclear deal, and we weren't allowing them to tap into hundreds of billions of dollars that was being used to fund global terror and to kill women and children around the world. You would think that would be a good reason. We now have a historical basis. We saw what happened under the Obama administration with the deal. We saw what happened under President Trump without the deal. And we had the opportunity, but we knew that there were problems. There were people like Senator Dianne Feinstein that were working with Iran against the best interest of America, that they were actually advocating for Iran against the interests of global peace because it was political. But she wasn't the only one, and God help us, she wasn't the worst. Because we then found out on April 27th of 2021 from the, we read this in Politico and from the New York Times, we found out about this story, which you have not heard about since. More than just a controversy, there are claims of treason that has been done. And I want to be very clear. Senator Dan Sullivan of Alaska has said, people are talking about treason, and I don't throw that word around a lot. Why would anyone claim that John Kerry, a former Secretary of State of the United States, a former member of Congress, why would they claim that he is a treasonous individual, that he has betrayed the national trust and security of the United States? And by that, also the rest of the world. Well, it's been revealed by the New York Times on Sunday that the Iranian Foreign Minister Javad Zarif said that John Kerry told him that Israel attacked Iranian assets in Syria, quote, at least 200 times, end quote. Zarif added that he was surprised that John Kerry would reveal that sensitive information to him, according to audio that the New York Times had in its possession. And this is a story that died almost immediately after it came out. We know for a fact that John Kerry, or rather we should say, it has been reported by the same Iranian foreign minister that was involved with the Iran nuclear deal under the Obama administration and helped to orchestrate the freeing of the release of sanctions against Iran, and hundreds of millions of dollars, if not hundreds of billions of dollars in cash for Iran. The same foreign minister that said at the same time that Iran would create a nuclear weapon because Iran wants to destroy America and it wants to destroy Israel. The same foreign minister that then went to Senator Dianne Feinstein behind the backs of the American government and used her as their advocate to try and get the Trump administration to stick with the Iran nuclear deal that had benefited Iran alone and allowed them to increase the net global terror in the world. That same foreign minister now tells us that John Kerry was voluntarily reaching out to him to give him state secrets that affected our allies in the Middle East and affected the lives of untold numbers of people. That John Kerry was there promoting, and he was there doing this to help promote the creation of the Iran nuclear deal, to bring the deal back. This is in 2021 under the Biden administration. Under the Biden administration, this is what we see. So the Democrats have gone back. They are returning to a deal, and they're trying to reignite a deal that has no benefit for the United States, that they have gone behind the backs of the United States to push this deal because it politically looks good, because appeasement sells really well in the newspapers, because it sounds like peace, but it isn't peace. Ask the British about this. Ask the people in the United Kingdom about how well appeasement actually works. But we have John Kerry committing acts of treason. We have Senator Feinstein acting in the best interest of a foreign government. Does this sound like General Miley as he calls up China to tell China whether or not the United States is going to be taking actions to aid and benefit the Chinese Communist government? Does it sound like the same thing? Because that's treason too. And this is all in the hope to be able to create an Iranian nuclear deal that doesn't protect anyone in the world. And the Iranians know it, and they know that the Biden administration is so weak. They know that the Biden administration is so desperate to get a win after the rout, the absolute embarrassment of losing to the Taliban in Afghanistan, in abandoning 450, if not several thousand Americans in the hands of the Taliban, ISIS, and Al-Qaeda, after the failure of the U.S. economy, after essentially the failure of everything that the Biden administration has done and the violation of every promise that they have made, they're desperate for some kind of a win. And nothing is a better win for progressives than to hear the words peace. And Iran is using that to their advantage because since the Obama administration turned their back on the Iranian people, since the Joe Biden administration is turning its back on the Iranian people, the hardline elements of Iran have taken over and have made it impossible for Iran to become a more moderate, less deadly nation. And in fact, we know, and he is a significant hard-line militant in the Iran government. And he has taken the position that it is non-negotiable in terms of Iran's ballistic missile program, and that the United States is believed to be so weak that they are stating that the U.S. is obligated to lift all oppressive sanctions against Iran. Effectively, Iran wants no hand-holding. It wants the ability to increase its terror, the reach of its terror through missiles around the world, and they want that funded by the United States for the promise that they would not build nuclear weapons, although the Ayatollah Khomeini has consistently stated in 2015, 2016, and since that Iran will continue to make nuclear weapons, and that we have seen many times for decades where Iran has made promises to the United States and the UN and then has turned around and broken those promises. So there is a new hardline leadership. The prime minister, the current and new prime minister of Iran, Mr. Raisi, an individual who is known for his attacks, his actions, his war crimes against Iranian people after the Iraq-Iran war, where he killed his own people. He is now in charge of Iran. He is the prime minister of Iran, second only to the Ayatollah. Individuals who have already said they want to see the death of America, the death of Israel, and they have no goodwill towards anyone in Europe. And this is the situation we are finding, that they have now looked at the United States, looked at the weakness, looked at the Biden administration's failure and desperation for a political win to salvage its political hopes in the 2022 midterm elections. And they're saying, great, then the United States has to lift all of the sanctions before they will even have a conversation, that they have the upper hand, that the United States is too weak to negotiate. A comment that we heard from China earlier this year. Yes, China has already said the United States is too weak to give any commands, and that the United States has to listen to other nations. We got scolded by China back in March. Now we're getting scolded by Iran, and this was just in June. And they know that they have an upper hand because the Biden administration with Kamala Harris is failing in every aspect. And they need a political win to be able to survive the 2022 midterm elections. And they are using that to try and get the sanctions. The one thing that is preventing an increase in global terror around the world, just as it did in 2016, they're sitting there saying, you have to lift all these sanctions. Joe Biden was there. He was in the Obama administration. He was all for lifting sanctions in the past. Why would Iran think that Joe Biden wouldn't do what he has already done? Why do they believe he wouldn't support what he has already supported in the past? That he has the same staff that have been pushing to be able to lift these sanctions since 2016. Why would they believe that they can't get the sanctions lifted? All for the mere promise that they won't make nuclear weapons, as they declare to their people and the world that they will make a nuclear weapon and that they will kill the United States. Now, I've said all of that, 45 minutes to bring you to today. And this is important. Because in 45 minutes, you have learned over 6 years of history about what Iran is actually doing, what they have actually done, what they have actually said. And we have learned what actually happened in the Obama administration and in the Trump administration. We know for a fact when global terror increased, when it decreased, and what caused that to happen.
dreams. No sound bites allowed is the name of his game. With a coffee in one hand and his puppy on his lap, cigarettes curling, smoking his political trap. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. He's a Republican dragon with his truthful slight, fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance, Puppy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No sound bites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
Hey, glad to be back with everybody. It is 5:02. We are back right on time. My back is still killing me, but I did walk my dog. I hope you had a chance. Grab a cigarette, get something to eat, walk your dog, something that make you feel well. All right, so I wanted to get back to where we left off. I mean, we've talked about Iran, and I do look forward to hearing your answers in the comments about Iran. Should America help the Iranian people? Isn't this the same thing that the left was asking us to do about the Palestinians, to help them in their time of need? Should America do that? And yes, as a bonus, we also get to guarantee that Iran would not be able to have nuclear weapons going forward, considering that they have now declared that every European government is a terrorist government. Iran seems to be picking fights, and they're threatening everyone. Even more of a reason that they can't have a nuclear weapon. But we talked a little bit about that. We talked about the protests that we see going on right now over in Portland, and how the news media and many of the Democrats, the leftist socialists, are manipulating the information out there to try and make you feel bad, like showing you a child, a 7-year-old, that got tear gassed without asking the question, why did the parents bring the kid to such a violent interaction? Why did the parents think it was perfectly fine to subject their child to the potential of tear gas, rubber bullets, pepper sprays? Why would they do that? Isn't that child abuse? But the news media will tell you, no, it was perfectly fine. It's all Donald Trump's fault, as opposed to the parents and their lack of concern for their own children. So we talked a little bit about that. We talked about what happened in New York, where an illegal immigrant who was convicted of raping a woman and choking her, and she only survived because of a bystander that happened to hear her screams, and a Brooklyn Democrat judge decided, hey, you know what, that guy, he deserves to be in America. He deserves to be walking the streets of New York or Philadelphia or California. That guy has to stay in America. And so she broke the law. And she's not being called out by the left. That's insane. I mean, the left is supposed to be the party of women. They're supposed to be here to help you, to protect you. And yet they're allowing someone who's convicted of having raped a woman and strangling her He's a crack addict, apparently, and he's stealing. And this is someone they want on the streets. This is who they want in America. This is who they are fighting for. That's what the protests in Minnesota, that's the protest in Portland, in LA, in New York. That's what they are protesting for in Chicago. They want criminals who rape women to be able to be on our streets because Donald Trump. That's their answer to everything. Donald Trump. Doesn't make sense. Does not make sense to me at all. Maybe it makes sense to you. It doesn't to me. But let's pick up on that theme and let's think about, well, what about Mamdani? What about Zoran Mamdani, who is a avowed socialist, who says he's got the answer for everyone? In fact, he didn't just say he's got the answer. I want to make sure that we quote him properly. And this is coming from The Guardian. This is the full transcript of Zoran Mamdani's victory speech. He didn't say this before he got elected. He didn't say this on the campaign trail. After he won the race, after he had victory, then we got to see the truth about Zoran Mamdani and socialism. And this is, again, the same guy who's part of the party, Democrat judge, released illegal aliens into America. This man also, Zoran Mamdani, does not believe in closed borders. He wants open borders. He wants more of the same kind of criminals that rape women as the Brooklyn judge allowed to be on our streets. Zoran Mamdani, at the time, in November of 2025, one of the most important things we can take from his speech, he said, "We will prove that there is no problem too large for government to solve, and no concern too small for it to care about." That's very important. He wants bigger and bigger government, and he wants government involved in your life, in your neighbor's life, in your kid's life. He wants government fixing everything. This is part of the fear-mongering. This is part of the fear-mongering that the left has used consistently. You have a problem, then government will fix it. Mind you, in New York State, like in California, like in Illinois, like in many of these states, in Minnesota, it's the Democrats that are in charge. It's the Democratic Party, in New York in particular. For 23 years, Democrats have had every position of power. In fact, in New York State, since 1958, Democrats have had total control over the state. 1958. Every problem in New York, that's crime, that's inflation, that's businesses that are going away, layoffs, that's all Democrat problems. That's all the Democrat Party. Has nothing to do with Republicans. It has nothing to do with who's president. That's all about the Democratic and progressive ideology. And they have, for decades, screwed up everything. And now we have Zoran Mamdani, who is now with us, and he is saying, well, the problem wasn't their policies. The problem wasn't that Democrats had total control. No, the problem is we need bigger government. We need even more government than you've ever had before, dealing with every aspect of your life. That's his answer. And I want you to see what Zoran Mamdani's his answers are. So here's another thing. Now, this is 20 years. This is from City and State, a Democrat newspaper. So The Guardian, left-leaning. This is City and State, left-leaning. Zoran Mamdani wants to end homeless encampments. Sweeps to focus on housing. So we see that Zoran Mamdani, this was on December 12th, just before Zoran Mamdani took power. And Zoran said, government is the solution to everything. And Zoran Mamdani's solution to homelessness was to leave the homeless out in the cold, out in the snow, out in horrible weather. And this amazed me. And it's here, the first paragraph. When Mayor-elect Zoran Mamdani announced last week that he would end the practice of clearing homeless encampments, advocates for the homeless said that the decision was a win, viewing it as a shift from criminalizing homelessness to permanently housing people. See, that's the short-sighted, very Democratic answer. That's what the Democrats thought because they didn't think about the consequences. They didn't think this through. They're like, well, being homeless isn't a bad thing. And by the way, it isn't. I've been homeless twice. I'm an advocate for the homeless. I try to help them wherever I can. Our veterans, individuals who've had bad luck in their life, made bad decisions, families that find themselves through no fault of their own. They lose a job, they get laid off, they're homeless. It happens. And you can go back years on this channel and you will see me talking about trying to help the homeless. And I've done so privately without putting my name anywhere, without trying to get any kind of accolades for it. I just help various programs that help the homeless, always have. You know what I didn't do? I don't say I need more government to do that. I didn't need the government to come in and say, hey, Mike, you want to help the homeless? We'll do it for you. No, I did it. I would volunteer my time. I volunteered my name. I volunteered my money. And I raised money in many different avenues to help the homeless because it's the right thing to do. But Zoran said, no, don't worry. We're going to, his big government, his big socialist government, they know better than you. They're going to help the homeless by leaving the homeless where they are. He's not going to bring them in from the cold. Why do we do that? Not just Eric Adams, but every mayor beforehand. Why did they bring in the homeless and close down the encampments in the middle of winter in New York? Because it snows, because it gets cold. And when Zoran Mamdani said he needs big government, and his answer from the big government was to leave the homeless out in the cold, here's the answer. 13 dead. And that's not even the full update. 13 people were left out in the cold to die. Because Zoran Mamdani, the big brain that he is, the big socialist, government solves everything, well, his government, after he got sworn in as mayor, said, leave the homeless in the parks. Let them live under the bridge. And it isn't 13, by the way. Just in case you were wondering, the most recent update, it's 14. 14 homeless people died in New York City in the last week and a half because Zoran Mamdani was so short-sighted and so confident that government can fix everything that he thought that the government of New York City would somehow affect the temperature, that somehow they would stop the snow so that homeless people, they'd be living out in one of the parks under a bridge, and it would be just the same thing as living on the Bahamas, apparently. He's out of his mind. He was wrong. But he wasn't just wrong. He was so wrong that people died. People who didn't need to die. Were it the Adams administration, were it, I don't know, Mayor Koch, any other mayor of New York understood that the cold weather, the snow, that winter conditions would lead to people dying, therefore bring them into warm places. Bring them into somewhere where they can survive. Not Mamdani. Mamdani said, oh, leave them where they are. Big government will fix it. Big government, according to Zoran Mamdani, will leave them in the parks, will leave them in the bridges. This is insane. Remember, folks, I said, and I want to show you what I was thinking of. Remember this? That's right, folks. You may remember In November of 2025, in December of 2025, I was raising money for the Jericho Project. And for those who don't remember or didn't know, on the first show we did, the first live stream of my channel in January 2nd of 2026, I was on live with everyone in the audience, and I showed you the money that we raised and the money that we gave to the Jericho Project. And you saw me make that payment live with you. You raised money, I took some of my money, and we gave it to the Jericho Project. Now, why did I do that? Because I said in November of 2025, I said in December of 2025, I do not trust Zoran Mamdani. I do not trust his socialist government. They will not protect the homeless, our veterans, or families. They will harm these people. They will put them out in the cold, that they will let them die. That's what I said to you. And I said, donate to this channel and help me raise money for the Jericho Project, because we cannot trust the socialists. We cannot trust the Democrats. We cannot trust big government. And we definitely could not trust Mayor Zoran Mamdani. And I was right. 14 people are dead. It is now February 1st. We went through 1 month. And in the first month of the socialist government of Zoran Mamdani in New York City, he killed 14 people. And I said that right. He killed them. Those were his policies. That was his change. Eric Adams, who is no saint by any means, any description. Eric Adams was a flawed, terrible mayor. He was at least smart enough to try and get the homeless into warm buildings and shelters. But Zoran Mamdani, he wants to have open borders. He needs those shelters for illegal aliens like Mora, who goes out and grapes women. He has to have more space for illegal aliens that you have to pay for. So he can't put the homeless in the shelters. They can't come in. They're taking valuable spaces from illegal aliens. So he left them out in the parks. He left them out in the bridges, and he let them die. These are needless deaths. It never needed to happen. It should never have happened. And I warned you. And I'm not saying that because I said so. No. That's not the point. The point is that this was preventable. And we were yelling at Zoran Mamdani, don't do that. We were saying, you have to be accountable, Zoran Mamdani. You're the mayor of New York. You have a responsibility to the homeless, not the illegal aliens. That you have the shelters are there for American citizens in need, not illegal aliens that do not have a right or need to be in America. But Zoran Mamdani disagreed. Zoran Mamdani said, no. We want those 14 beds in shelters. They go to illegal aliens. They don't go to American citizens. They don't go to the homeless, our veterans who are suffering. No, they don't go to them. They don't go to families that need help. No, across New York City, people died because Zoran Mamdani said, big government fixes everything. Again, I want you to see this. I want you to remember this. I want this ingrained in everyone's mind because it's irrefutable. In his speech, Zoran Mamdani said, we will prove that there is no problem too large for government to solve. There is one. I can name one right now. It's called winter. That's a problem too big to be solved. You can say climate change, you can say global warming, global freezing, whatever the hell you want to call it. It's called winter. And it happens every year. And it will happen every year. And we used to pay attention to those kind of details. And we're seeing this same kind of thing happening in California, but they have the luck of being in good weather. They have a better climate. It's warmer there. I know, because I've been homeless in Hollywood. I've been homeless in California, in LA. I know that the winter there, you're talking about roughly about 50 degrees, 50, 55. You can live through that. The temperature this morning when I walked my dog was 8 degrees. That's without the wind chill. There is the remnants across this entire city, and you can see lots of video about it. There's still piles of snow that are standing a foot or 2 feet tall throughout this entire city. But Zoran Mamdani says, no, I did a fantastic job. I'm great. We did a great job. That's why 14 people are dead. 14 people that didn't need to be dead. Because there is no problem too large for government to solve. No concern too small to care about. Really? Here's a concern. The homeless needed a shelter. They needed somewhere warm to go. And you, Zoran Mamdani, through your policies, gave them nothing. You gave them less than nothing. You left them to die, and they did. That's heartless. There is no compassion in that. And as far as proof, I think that is absolute proof that Zoran Mamdani never had the concern to take care of the public. He wanted power over the government, over the people. He believes that the government is the ultimate power. This is what we saw in Soviet Russia. In the Soviet Union, which I lived in, this is how they dealt with people who were, through no accident of their own, they became homeless. This is what Russia would have done, the Soviet Union. That is what Mamdani did. And you can tell me, well, socialism's great. Socialism's got the answer for everyone. Everyone's going to be taken care of. No, obviously, socialism didn't. Because socialism doesn't care. And some people, they just let die. And Zoran Mamdani let people die. And Mayor Mamdani, if you think I am wrong, please come on to the program. I'll go to anywhere you are, Zoran Mamdani, and we can debate this because the facts are absolutely clear. And I'm going to channel, what is it? Channel 7. This is Channel 7, ABC News. They're not right-leaning. I can go to WPIX, a local news station. They're not right-leaning. And the numbers are irrefutable. They are a fact. These people died as a direct consequence of socialist policies because government is too big and government doesn't care. And neither does the Socialist Party, the Democratic Socialists of America, and most importantly, Zoran Mamdani. Now, if there's anyone who is watching this and thinks, Mike, you just don't understand. Seriously? Is that your answer? Mike, you just don't understand. I've been homeless. I'm an advocate for the homeless for decades. For decades, I have been an advocate for the homeless. I was spending months, every single video I was doing for months before Zoran Mamdani, I said, let's get the money in there because I don't trust Zoran Mamdani. That this money had to be given to the Jericho Project, and I recommended any other project that would help the homeless had to be in there at the beginning of the year because I did not trust Zoran Mamdani from day one. And I knew there would be a problem. I didn't know that people were going to die. I didn't know it was going to be 14 people and counting. It's currently 20 degrees right now. We are expecting that there may be more snow in New York City and across New York State. It could get worse. It could get very much worse. Again, it was 8 degrees this morning. 8. Zoran Mamdani, you're an evil man. You're an evil, evil man, Zoran Mamdani. And Zoran Mamdani is going to try and tell me that, and he's going to try and tell you this too. And I want you to see this. This is what Mamdani was saying during the snowstorm that wound up killing 14 people. And this is just a small portion of this is Mamdani's video, his Hollywood propaganda speech And I'm only clipping this part of it.
Largest snow fighting force. This weekend, each 12-hour shift will be staffed by more than 2,000 sanitation workers. As soon as the first snowflakes fall, crews will begin salting roads in every neighborhood in every borough. And
do you remember my show last week? Last week, as the snow was falling, I had gone outside at 12 noon, and I showed you that Zoran Mamdani's trying to say, I have 2,000 sanitation workers. We're going to have plows down the second the snowflakes started to fall. And the reality is, in the Bronx, that wasn't true. That was a lie. He had one snowplow going down one side of the street once every 3 hours. I was going over that live with you. And he's saying, oh, we're going to get every snowflake up. You didn't. If you did, there maybe wouldn't be 14 people dead right now. And this big Hollywood production, he's over here trying to be the superstar. He's being a movie star instead of a mayor. And he's saying, I'm going to be so great. I'm going to do everything so wonderful. It's not wonderful out there. It's not great. And there are many, many, many videos right now on X, on Instagram, on all the platforms that are saying, hey, Mamdani, you're doing a horrible job. You didn't plow the snow. You box people in. They can't drive out. 60 years, I have been in, almost 60 years, I've been in the same spot in the Bronx. I've never seen them do such a terrible job of trying to plow the snow, to salt the roads. Mamdani's been terrible. And as bad as getting the roads wrong, no. You can say, well, the roads are the roads. Fine. He left people to die. In this wonderful little promo Hollywood reel, this propaganda for the Socialist Party and for socialism itself, Mamdani's like, I'm such a superstar. He never once mentions, hey, and this is how we're going to protect the homeless. It's like, we've got 2,000 sanitation workers that can't handle the entire city of New York. And they're going to be on 12-hour shifts, which wasn't enough. And they're going to salt the roads eventually. But what about the homeless? And that's when we say the homeless, that's not just some guy in rags. That's a family. That's a mom and her children and her dad. That's veterans who have issues that they have to deal with. That's people who just made bad decisions in their life or had bad things happen to them. And that includes the mentally ill as well. And Zoran Mamdani didn't care. He wanted to be a superstar. He wanted to be a movie star. He wants to be a hero. He wants you to praise him and his government as they fail. The media is all about showing you this video of his little Hollywood vision for how New York City will be run. They're not talking about, you don't see MSNBC or MS Now, whatever they call themselves now. You don't see CNN. You don't hear from ABC News talking about, hey, you know what? But you killed all these homeless people. I don't see them holding him to task and saying, but it was your policy that killed these people. It's terrible. This is terrible. And it should be talked about more. Now, anyone watching this and go, but Mike, I don't agree. Okay, great. Tell me how I'm wrong. To all the Democratic Socialists of America, to all the people who think socialism is great, to all the people who want bigger and bigger government to take care of all of their daily problems, tell me how I am wrong. What did I misunderstand in the evidence that I have just shown you? I've shown you the evidence. I showed you the evidence. I told you about this in December, in November. I told you this was the most likely outcome because Zoran Mamdani did not consider the consequences, because Democrats never consider the consequences. They never think about what's going to happen down the line. It sounds good today. And I know when December 12th, when Mamdani said, let them stay in the parks, it sounded great to all the liberals, those liberal progressives living in the Upper West Side of New York, in their penthouses and their whole floor lofts that are worth $1 million each. It sounded fantastic in their warm houses as they're having their white wines, patting each other on the back on how great a progressive they are, how liberal they are. And now people are dead. And those people won't talk to you. They won't mention this. They're going to ignore this. They're going to forget this. They're going to move on to the next thing. Oh, well, yeah, but that, who could have known? Who could have done anything about that? I tell you, I don't know what's worse. The pain of knowing those 14 people died because they didn't have to, or my back right now. I don't know which one hurts me more. But I'm willing to talk about it. Is it as sexy as talking about the e-files? No, it is not. And I think it's more important. At this moment, yeah, I wanted to get those homeless into shelters. Now, not just now, I've said that since November. I've been saying that for a long time. Let's help those homeless people. I already did it with your help, with your donations, your super chats, and your donations to the Patreon and your membership and help with the PayPal. We actually did something to help save lives. And God help me, maybe there would be, I don't know, 15, 17, 24 more people dead if it weren't for what you guys helped me do the beginning of this year. But it sure wasn't Mamdani, and it sure wasn't his big government, and it sure wasn't the socialists. They didn't save anyone because they don't care. They got their power, and that's all they want. Mamdani's now a superstar. He's starring in his own movies, saying how great he is, how great socialism is. And we're living with the consequences of the reality, not the propaganda. Yeah, my back is really hurting me a lot. Okay. Let me move forward. I can make it a little bit further. I'm going to keep going. You know what else you're not hearing? And by the way, again, I want you to know, you can comment. And if you comment, I will put it up on the screen. I will address your concerns. If you think I am wrong, if you are a Democrat, a progressive, a socialist, and you think I'm wrong, I just don't understand. Fantastic. Tell me. Go to YouTube, go to Facebook, go to Twitter, go to Rumble. Tell me I'm wrong. You don't have to even do a super chat or a Rumble rant. Just type in. Just type it in and say, no, you just don't understand, Mike. Let me tell you why Zoran Mamdani is so great. Let me tell you why the policy to leave people out in the cold in the middle of winter as it's snowing, why that's such a great idea. Please do. I dare you. I triple dare you. Any elected Democrat in the city of New York, in the state of New York, in the United States, tell me how I am misunderstanding this, how I don't understand. I dare you. Anyway. Let me move forward. Bear with me. You really don't know how much pain I'm in. Okay. So, here's something else that isn't being highlighted as the media is trying to distract you with Portland and bad parents taking their kids and putting their kids in harm's way. And they want to blame that on Donald Trump. Bad parenting. And it's the problem of Donald Trump because everything's orange man bad, of course. And they want you to be thinking about Alex Preddy, who put himself in harm's way. He made the decision that got himself killed. He could have just not resisted. Not saying that ICE was right or wrong. All he had to do, he had a right to have a firearm. I agree. He also, as someone who was had a concealed carry and had the knowledge that he had a firearm, he could have not fought. Yes, but the ICE may have pushed him into the ground. They might have punched him in the face, and then he'd have a lawsuit because it was getting photographed. He knew it. All he had to do is get punched and then sue. And he'd have a couple $1 million that he could donate to every socialist idea he ever wanted, that he would be able to fund all kinds of protests. He'd have won millions. Instead, he wanted to resist, and he's dead. Should he be dead? No. No, he shouldn't have to have died, but he is dead. Same thing with Renee Nicole Good. She decided to interfere with law enforcement. She decided to use her vehicle as a weapon. She got herself killed. Should she have died? Probably not. But then again, she shouldn't have used her vehicle as a weapon. And now she's dead. But the media is trying to distract you with these things that they are completely twisting. And they're forgetting about the root consequence, the root cause of all these problems, which aren't Donald Trump. Again, I've said it several times throughout this live stream. Democrats created the immigration laws that exist right now. They wrote them, they voted for them. Obama enforced those very same. Bill Clinton enforced those same immigration laws that Democrats wrote, that they voted for, that they passed into law. Donald Trump is doing the same thing that Bill Clinton and Obama did. Same thing. So you can't tell me that's the problem. No, the root cause is something else. But here we are. Let me move forward and say, well, wait a minute. We got a comment here. And this is from Jason Sisson. Jason Sisson. Hello, Jason. I think this is the first time I've seen you comment on the channel. Thank you for your comment. I appreciate it. And Jason says, at the very least, teach them survival skills. Yes. At the very least, teach them and give them the skills and the opportunity to keep themselves alive. I agree with you. I think that's a great idea. And Mamdani didn't care. So let me move forward. One of the things that the media is not focused on, the government shut down. I told you, a week, 2 weeks now, I've been saying the government's going to shut down. Democrats are going to shut down the government, and they're going to do it because of now Alex Pretty. That was their excuse. We got to shut down the government because Alex Pretty did resist arrest. Alex Pretty got into a conflict trying to stop law enforcement from doing their job, border agents from doing their job. So now we have to shut down the government. And now the government is partially shut down. I love how they say this, partial government shutdown. If you don't get your Social Security check, if you don't get your SNAP benefits, if you don't get your government aid, is it a partial shutdown? Do you care that they partially shut down the government? No, it's a government shutdown, period. Millions of people in the United States and around the world will not be able to live like they have been because the government shut down. Now, some of that spending, I think, is completely wasteful. Some of it, I think, is a waste of time. Absolutely. Some of it is essential. The Democrats don't care. They told you last fall that they were going to shut down the government, and they did. It was a Schumer shutdown. And they blamed it on everything under the sun other than Democrats want more power. And they said even then, as the government was shut down for 45 days, the longest we had ever seen before, they said, hey, Orange Man bad, and you should vote for Democrats in 2026. It didn't work. And they said, don't worry, we'll do it again in January of 2026. They will find a reason. They told us back then that they were just going to find a reason. In October and November, they were going to find some excuse to blame it on Republicans, MAGA, and Orange Man bad. And they were going to shut the government down again. And they'll keep doing it until they think they will win, until they think they have enough votes. That's why you're not hearing about the government shutdown right now. Oh, it is shut down. And they did do it because they needed something. But I don't think the majority of Americans would have wanted to shut down the entire government because ICE is doing its job, because the Trump administration is doing what they were elected to do. Donald Trump didn't say, I was going to get rid of some of the illegal aliens. He said he wanted to mass deport all of the illegal aliens. That's what he said on the campaign trail in 2024. That's what he said as president in 2025. That's what he has been doing. And even to this moment, the majority, 55% or more of America, agrees with him. Now, you may not like ICE. They are legal law enforcement. You don't like that? Go to Congress, defund ICE. Eliminate ICE in Congress. Fantastic. But you need a government that's open to do that. You don't like the immigration laws. Well, tell the Democrats to write a new law. But they didn't. And they haven't. They had 4 years under Biden. They could have written any law they wanted. Under Obama, they could have written any law that they wanted. In 2010, Democrats had a super majority with Obama and Congress and Senate. They could have passed any law that they wanted. And just like New York State right now, Democrats had total control and they didn't care because it wasn't about fixing the problem. It was just about blaming someone else for the problem and keeping power. That's all they care about, is having control. This partial shutdown, we see, what is this? ABC. The news media right now are trying to make this sound important enough that you will vote Democrat, but small enough that you won't get pissed off like you did last November when people didn't have their food stamps, when people didn't have their government aid. So it's not as bad as then, but you still got to blame Orange Man bad. You still got to say, don't make America great. You still got to say MAGA is evil. You still got to say Republicans are bad guys so that you vote Democrat in 2026. Because that's the ultimate goal of all of this. It has nothing to do with the government shutting down. This isn't about the government shutdown. This is about power. This is about the election. And I think it's evil. I think it's evil. I really, really do. I'll show you an example of what I'm talking about here, folks. There is a judge in Texas. Let me actually back up. So you may recall, I think there is an image here. But you saw a meme, an image going around in the last week. And the Democrats lied to you. They lied to your face. And they showed you an image of a 5-year-old boy. The boy's name is Liam Conejo Ramos, a 5-year-old boy. And they showed you he had his little Spider-Man backpack and he had a little bunny ears hat. Yes, you saw that. And you were told on social media, in places like CNN, that, hey, the Orange Man bad. They're evil. Republicans are evil. They're using the kid as bait. They lied to your face. They emotionally manipulated you again. Just like they said the 7-year-old, ICE was targeting that 7-year-old girl to hit her in the face with tear gas, which is a lie. It's a lie. And they lied to you about the 5-year-old and said, you know what? ICE was using this kid as a trap. Well, hang on. Let's think about this. Little Liam, 5 years old. How did ICE get him? How did they possess this kid? He was being used as bait. Wait a minute. Where was his father? His father was running away from ICE. That's a fact. He ran away and left his 5-year-old in front of the house. And what about his mother? His mother was in the house. His mother was watching ICE as they begged her to open up the door and take their son. Literally, ICE said, don't worry, we will not arrest you. Take your son. Open the door, take your son. We won't arrest you. We're going to go after the father. Absolutely. We're going to arrest the kid's father without a question. But we will give you your son back. Take your son. And his mother said no. His mother said, nope, not going to open up this door, not going to take my son back. Can you imagine that? The mother was, I don't know what she was afraid of. She would not take her son, who was being given to her. And the media said, here, we got the photo. We've got a still photo. This kid is being abused. How? They were trying to connect him to his family. His mother wouldn't take him. His father ran away and abandoned him. Oh, but they didn't tell you about that part of the story. They leave that out. They just said, oh, yeah, ICE just used this kid as bait. ICE arrested. They literally said, ICE arrested the 5-year-old. No, they did not. Not at all. Eventually, they did catch Liam's father because he's going to be deported because he's an illegal alien. And that's what you do to illegal aliens. Mind you, they didn't arrest the mom. They could have. The mom is an illegal alien too. They didn't arrest her, but they could have. They haven't. But they did have the father. And they said to the father, what do you want us to do? We have your son. His name is Liam. Your wife won't open the door. She won't take her son. We have him. But he's an illegal alien. And on top of that, well, actually, Liam might even be an American citizen. I'm not sure. But they said, we've got your son. What do you want us to do? Should the government take this child? Are you abandoning your rights as a parent? Are you abandoning your own flesh and blood? And the father said, no, I'll take the son. I want him with me. So ICE didn't arrest the child, and they didn't use the child as bait. And it was the choice of the parents on where Liam would go. But now, in Texas, another brilliant judge, this time, this was the judge, where is it? Okay. Here it is. U.S. District Judge Fred Beery. U.S. District Judge Fred Beery said, Orange man bad. I swear to God. He said, Orange man bad. He says, the government's horrible. ICE is bad. And so they get to go free. He didn't say that the father is an illegal alien. No one questions that. He is an illegal alien. They said, the lawyer said, well, he's got a protest. He's trying to have amnesty, which doesn't mean that he's legally in America. He's applying for amnesty, applying for it, which means he's an illegal alien. He didn't get amnesty and come into America, because that's a process you're supposed to have. You ask for amnesty. It takes 18 to 24 months to process your amnesty request, and then you get to enter America. That's how the law on amnesty works. That's the process. You get processed, then you get let in. You have to get permission. Just saying, I declare amnesty doesn't mean you get to walk into America. It doesn't work like that. You don't get to say, you don't get to come into America as an illegal alien, get caught, and then say, oh, now that I'm caught, amnesty? No, that's not the process. So he's an illegal alien. And the judge said, no, release him. Again, the judge picking and choosing which law is going to be enforced because of his political preference. He doesn't like Republicans. He doesn't like Donald Trump. He doesn't like MAGA. So they're the bad guys, and so the law doesn't matter anymore. Even though this is a criminal, Liam's father is a criminal. Point blank, full stop. There you go. He's a criminal. They caught him breaking the law. He abandoned his child. His mother abandoned her child. The judge says, none of those laws matter. It's okay, as if it didn't happen at all. This doesn't make any sense to me. So I want to be very clear when I say the judge has Trump derangement syndrome. Here's what he says. And this is according to PBS. Again, left-leaning. This isn't the right. This isn't MAGA. This isn't some rag. This is PBS saying this, the left. U.S. District Judge Fred Beery, who sits in San Antonio and was appointed by former Democratic President Bill Clinton, said in his ruling that, quote, the case has its genesis in the ill-conceived and incompetently implemented government pursuit of daily deportation quotas, apparently even if it requires traumatizing children. Let's be very clear about this. First of all, it was conceived and it's been implemented according to the law, just like under Obama, just like under Bill Clinton. That's fact. So that's a problem. If you think it was ill-conceived, you should have been mad at Obama. You weren't. Should have been mad at Bill Clinton. You weren't. And by the way, it's still the law. He didn't say that they were innocent. He doesn't like the way that the law is being enforced. Well, you don't have to like it. The fact that you don't like it doesn't make it illegal. It isn't unconstitutional. You just don't like it. And you don't like the guy who's doing it. Well, that's your preference. That's not the law. And a judge should know the difference. A judge should be ruling on, is it legal? Is it constitutional? Not that he doesn't like it. Nowhere does it say, well, jaywalking, bank robbery, identity theft, you know what? The attempt to stop those crimes, well, they're ill-conceived. They're poorly implemented. Who cares? If you thinking about the judge in Brooklyn, if the guy they had to chase down from the Brooklyn judge, no one says, well, the officers, they didn't run fast enough, or they ran and he ran into, I don't know, traffic or something. They didn't do it in the most efficient way they could to arrest Mora, the illegal alien Mora, who raped a woman. That doesn't mean that Mora is innocent. It doesn't mean that Mora doesn't get deported. It's not about efficiency. There's nothing efficient about the United States government or New York City government, as I showed you earlier. There's nothing in the Constitution says, well, the law applies except if the government isn't efficient. If the government isn't efficient, then it doesn't matter anymore. You want to be a bank robber? Well, the government's not efficient at arresting you. So, you know what? Free and clear, keep the money. You're a drug dealer. The government wasn't efficient in the way that they caught you. So you can keep selling drugs to kids. It's ridiculous. My back is killing me. I'm going to get through this. I'm going to make it through. This doesn't make any sense what this guy said. The father, Adrian Conejo Arias, is from Ecuador. He was detained in Minneapolis. He was taken to Texas. Well, that wasn't efficient. He's still an illegal alien. The government says that Arias, the father, entered the United States illegally in 2024. That means their son is not a U.S. citizen. The lawyer's family says he has a pending asylum claim. He has a pending claim. He came into America illegally. He got caught. He said, I want asylum. That's not the way the system works. That's not what asylum works like. I know the media makes it unclear. It is very clear in the law. You ask for asylum and you get permission after the fact to come into America, not the other way around. You don't get to come into America and then ask to stay. You're an illegal alien. It's amazing to me. They're using a 5-year-old to manipulate your emotions. How about this? How about we talk about Don Lemon? Don Lemon is using the fact that he is black, that he is gay, as an excuse for breaking the law. Don Lemon, as we talked about last week, Don Lemon walked into a church. And in that church, he's recording, which is against the law. And because it's not a public place, you don't get to just walk into a church and record everyone that's in there. You don't get to do that. Even if you want to say, well, I'm a journalist, doesn't matter. And by the way, Don Lemon has no greater power or credential than me. Don Lemon is the same as me. Don Lemon is a YouTuber. Well, he worked for CNN. So what? He's a YouTuber. So am I. I've been doing political commentary, breaking the news, having interviews with politicians for 20 years. What's the difference between me and Don Lemon? I'm older. I look better. I don't have as much money. That's about it. Don Lemon says that his arrest and the supporters of Don Lemon say his arrest is because he was black. No, it's because he committed a crime. It's not because he's black, but they have to find something to justify. They have to find an excuse that you can rally around. They have to find a way to say Orange Man bad. Because anyone, if you walk into a mosque tomorrow and you're filming the people in the mosque, that's a crime. And then if you disrupt the worship in that mosque, that's a crime. It doesn't matter what color skin you are. It doesn't matter what your political beliefs are. You are committing a crime, period, full stop, done. And that's what Don Lemon did. He broke the law. He broke the First Amendment. He broke the FACE Act. He broke the KKK Act of 1871. He broke multiple laws. He knew that a crime was going to be committed in a church. He knew that. He was asked to be there because they were going to commit this crime. And he went in with the criminals participating in that crime. And if it was someone who did it at a mosque, those very same liberals would be screaming bloody murder, saying, you can't do that to someone in a mosque. But they did it in a church, so it's okay. It's so bad. Look at this. Look at the defense of this. Don Lemon's arrest is a warning at black independent journalists. No, it's not. Because it has nothing to do with whether or not he was black. It has nothing to do with whether or not he's an independent journalist. You could work for ABC, do the same thing, and you'd be in jail. You could work for the New York Times, and you do the same thing, and you're going to jail. It's not about being a journalist, independent or otherwise, and it's not about black. It has nothing to do with him being black. Nothing. The BLM people who did this desecration of a church, who were intimidating people simply because of the feelings of the BLM members, broke the law, intimidated people while they were trying to pray to God. That had nothing to do with whether they're black or white. If I didn't tell you they were black, would you care? If you didn't know Don Lemon was black, would you care? Because again, I have to say this over and over again to the left. Being black or a woman or Hispanic or Asian, being male or female, or having sexual preferences towards the LGBTQ alphabet does not change whether or not you're a good person, a bad person. It doesn't make you smart or dumb. It is insignificant. It is inconsequential. It means nothing. Don Lemon has a suntan. Who cares? I have a suntan. Who cares? What does that change? Nothing. They're trying to use it as an excuse. It's a shield. I'm black. And did you break the law? Yes. Then who cares? But I'm gay. Who cares? Did you break the law? Yes. Okay, done. Because the law didn't say, well, you can't go into a church and intimidate people praying to God unless you happen to be a black gay man. Then it's not a crime. That's not in the law. It's not even close. It's insane that people are even making this argument, like there's some reason. Oh my God, but he has a pass. He's allowed to break the law because he's black and he's gay. Are you kidding me? If he murdered somebody, would you say, well, he's black and he's gay, so you can't arrest him for that? It's the same difference. You can't say he got arrested because someone died because he killed them and say, well, but he was a journalist and he's black and he's gay, so you can't arrest him for that. Yes, you can. Isn't that obvious? It should be. We have fundamentally destroyed our nation. We are destroying the foundation of our society for this idiocy. This is idiocy. Don Lemon is blatantly guilty. Blatantly guilty. And his answer is, but I'm black. That's racist. That is blatantly, absolutely racist. And everyone who says, but he's black, you are a ignorant racist. Because being black is not an excuse. It is not a defense in the law. I can't walk into a courtroom and go, I'm black for anything. There is no law no crime I can commit and go, I'm black and I'm not convicted. The lawyers, the judges, legislators will laugh in your face. That doesn't matter. Please, someone on the left, tell me, explain to me. Well, he's black. Okay, how does that change anything? What does that change in what Don Lemon did? What did it change? Nothing. Not one thing. It didn't change the crime he committed. Therefore, it is meaningless. It is a distraction. It is a way to make the left, any of the leftists out there, they're suddenly going, oh, he's black. Well, then we have to protect him. God damn, it's Tarzan all over again. It pisses me off. And it should. And it should. I know people keep saying, well, what about all those, but the left, they're trying to do something good. They're trying to protect people. I wrote this article back in 2011. November 2011. I had a website. It was called mvos.com. I had it for 16 years. I lost it in 2021 because life happened. I lost my job. I lost my business. I lost a bunch of money. I eventually lost my house. 95% of everything I owned, I lost in 2021. But in 2011, I still had my website. Over 2,000 articles that I wrote there. Over 2,000. Actually, over 2,300. One of them was about in Binghamton. It was the Occupy Binghamton movement. And one of the arguments that was made at the time was, well, people have a right to protest, except they didn't have a right to protest on government property. And they put the government at risk. At the time, one of the activists was the mayor of Binghamton. That was Mr. Matt Ryan. And by the way, I know Matt Ryan. I've known Matt for years. When Matt's sober, he actually has great conversations with me. When Matt is drunk, not so much. And that's pretty consistent for Matt. He gets in a lot of fights when he's drunk. That's just a record. That's not me picking on him personally. That's a public record. That's a public fact. So, Matt, you may not like that, but it's true. And it's been documented many times by many news agencies. So, Matt was an advocate, much like Zoran Mamdani is in New York, is an advocate for socialism. Matt is an advocate for far left activism. And he put the public, the city of Binghamton, at risk because he was letting protesters live on public grounds, which required police officers to watch over them, to protect them. and to make sure that no one sexually assaulted any of the women that were protesting. And it was a sanitation error. In fact, there were about 5 different city ordinances that were being broken to allow Occupy Binghamton to exist. The net result? Nothing. And it was okay that these people were breaking 5 different city laws and 2 state laws in their protest, because it wasn't a protest. But in their activity, their attempt to create an autonomous zone, they broke at least 7 different laws. And it was okay because, well, they're liberal. They're Democrats. They're progressives. That's not a reason. I said then, and I will say it again now, Matt should have been kicked out as mayor because he broke the law. And he aided and abetted breaking the law, which endangered the people of Binghamton. This isn't new. This argument, this problem has been around. I can tell you it's before 2011, but I can show you the evidence from 2011. Again, I've been doing this a long time, folks. Long time. But we keep getting these arguments, and this is one from NPR. Don Lemon and Georgia Fort. Who's Georgia Fort? She's just another YouTuber. She's another journalist. That's it. She was another woman, or excuse me, another journalist that was in the church breaking the law, along with Don Lemon. That's it. Oh, but what's her color of skin? Why do you care? What does it matter? But she might be black. She might be Asian. She could be polka dots. Does that matter? Does that change the law? No, it doesn't change the law. Then who cares? They vowed to continue reporting. Okay, that's not illegal. They did get arrested. They're going to go to trial. Nothing in the law, nothing in the world says you can't continue to YouTube. They're saying it like someone's stopping them. They're going to keep on reporting following the arrest. They're going to keep reporting. No one said you couldn't. They're making it, they want you to feel like they're doing something special, that they're doing something unique and different. No one said they couldn't YouTube. No one stopped their First Amendment rights. They have the right to go on YouTube and say anything they want. Their lawyer will probably tell them to shut up because depending on what they say, it might be used in a court against them to get them convicted. So their lawyer may not like that idea, and their lawyer may tell them to shut the hell up. But there is no law, nor is there any official in the government that is trying to stop them from speaking. They're not doing anything special. But he's black, and she's a woman, and he's gay, and no one's stopping them from speaking. No one's even trying. No one even considered to stop them from speaking. That's not part of the arrest. They didn't get arrested and said, you can't speak on YouTube anymore. No. No one even suggested that. They made that crap up themselves to make you feel guilty, to make you give them money, to make you go and watch their channel so that they can be rich. This is a gimmick. This is a money-making gimmick by both Georgia Fort and Don Lemon. People go, oh, but Mike, but they're black people. You can't say that about them. Why not? Am I wrong? Seriously, am I wrong? Did any government official anywhere ever say that Don Lemon can't continue to be a YouTuber, that Georgia Fort can't continue to be a journalist? Anywhere. I dare you to find one statement by one judge, one prosecutor, anyone in the government. A lot of people may say that may not be the smartest thing you could do. No one said they can't do it. Just Don Lemon, just Georgia Fort. They said that, oh, well, we're going to keep doing this because, they may not like it. It's not illegal. No one stopped you. You're trying to manipulate the public. And I want you to get this, folks. They're manipulating you by saying they're going to keep doing something that no one questioned them doing. No one asked them to stop. This entire article by NPR should say, yeah, they're going to keep doing what they want to do because they could always do it. No one ever stopped them. But NPR wants to run this headline like, oh my God, see, they're such heroes. No, they're not. They're going to keep doing what they've always done, and no one has stopped them. Isn't that heroic? It's stupid. It is 1,000% stupid. If there's anyone on the left that goes, oh, no, Mike, you just don't understand because you're not black enough. Because there are stupid people out there, they'll tell you that. I literally have found people who will say to me, but Mike, you don't understand. You're not black. I'm like, are you watching the live stream? Did you see my face? Did you actually watch the live stream? I'm black and Hispanic. Yeah, I know what it is to be black and Hispanic. Been black and Hispanic my entire life. I'm not trans black. I'm actually black. I didn't imagine being black like Rachel Dolans. I'm actually black and Hispanic. What's the problem? Oh, well, you just don't understand. How do I not understand? I wake up every day. I look in the mirror. You know what? I'm black. I don't need anyone to tell me and validate, Mike, you're black. Well, now thank you for telling me you're not blind. And? Oh, God, this helps. This hurts. Oh, God, people. This insanity from the left hurts me as much as my back does. Don Lemon and Georgia Fort vow to continue reporting, which no one is stopping them from doing. Independent journalists Don Lemon and Georgia Fort have vowed to continue reporting following their arrest after covering an anti-ICE protest. It wasn't a protest. It was a violation of worshipers of their First Amendment right. These are First Amendment violators at a church in Minnesota. Don Lemon's a former CNN anchor. Who cares? Do you know I used to own 4 businesses? In my life, I've owned 4 businesses. I used to be a stockbroker. What does that have to do with anything that I'm doing right now? Nothing. Has nothing to do with it. If anything, it means that I have a wide and diverse set of skills. You know, I speak Russian. Да, я знаю немного по-русски, да. Хорошо. Oh, you didn't know I could speak Russian. Does it matter? No. By the way, at one point in my life, I was fluent in 5 different languages. 5. Does that mean anything? No. Does that change anything? Not at all. I lived in Moscow during the coup. Sometimes that's kind of relevant talking about politics in Russia and talking about communism and socialism. So there is times where that's very relevant. But beyond those moments, talking about socialism, talking about socialist economies and business, what does it matter? No one cares. It has nothing to do with anything. Don Lemon's, he used to work at CNN. And? Who cares? What does that matter? Did that change the law? Does the law say you cannot go into a church and intimidate worshipers unless you're black and you used to work for CNN? No, the law doesn't say that. Who cares? They're trying to mine sympathy from you. They are trying to give an excuse. This is the authority bias of the left. The left loves to shove a title in front of you and say, well, you just don't understand. I have a title. I understand. Screw you guys. I speak 5 languages. I've owned 4 businesses. I have lived on both coasts of this nation. I've been very successful and I've been absolutely poor. I don't have a degree. What does that matter? My intelligence, my capabilities are not defined whether I have a piece of paper that costs me $250,000 or not. We have businesses all across this country. We have all kinds of Starbucks that are filled with people with master's degrees. Does that matter? No, no one cares. We've got students graduating with, lesbian dance theory and Africana studies, and they can't get a job. And they have $250,000, $500,000 in debt. They got a bunch of degrees, and it doesn't matter. But according to the left, but they got a degree. And that means that doesn't impart them, that doesn't make them smarter. It makes them book smart. It might make them subject smart, but that doesn't mean they have a life skill. Doesn't mean they can start a fire. Doesn't mean they can cook a meal. And given all the businesses that we see today, DoorDash and Ready Meals, all these deliveries of food that you pop in a microwave and they're ready to eat, guess what? Most of these kids, most of this next generation, they don't know how to cook a meal. So telling me that they have a degree, they're smart, they got a title, and they can't cook spaghetti, I don't care. Don Lemon got arrested. Don Lemon deserved to get arrested. He broke the law. Hang on. We've got a comment here. I'm going to bring it up. Hey, Hal. So we have a comment from Hal. And for those who don't know, the intro that we start the show with, that's a song that Hal made for the channel, which I always appreciate. And I do thank him. You saw it in the video at the beginning. I thanked him there. I thank him again. Hal is a great guy. He doesn't always agree with me, and that's perfectly fine. We enjoy people who have different opinions on this channel. Hal says, do you really not understand why including that Don Lemon worked for CNN may be worth mentioning in this article? Yeah, I really don't. Why does it matter? He's a journalist. So am I. He has experience. So do I. And there are hundreds, thousands of people who cover politics that have experience. Some of them have worked for large newspapers, small newspapers, for large TV news, for no news organization. What does that matter? He has a title. And he also knew that he couldn't walk into a church and create that crime. He knew that, and he did it anyway. I ask you this, Hal. Perhaps I'm missing something, and I am asking honestly, what does it matter that Don Lemon was a former CNN host? What's it matter? How does that change anything about the crime? The crime was he knew and was aware that BLM activists were going to go into a church and intimidate the public. And he participated in that entire process. He aided and abetted that process and provided them more coverage to push their message. How, in any way, shape, or form, does his title, former CNN journalist or even independent journalist, how does that change the nature of the crime that he committed? How does it change it? Same thing. I asked the same question about how does it change? He's black. How did that change the crime? He's gay. How did that change the crime? None of these things are important. None of them matter. Gina Fort, who I showed you on the screen from NPR, who also got arrested for the same reason. Guess what? Gina Fort didn't work for CNN. She's been charged with the same charge and the same actions, the same crime as Don Lemon. She also happens to be black. Does any of that change the crime that was committed? I'm not picking on you, Hal. You asked me a very direct question. I'm giving you a very direct answer, and I'm asking you, how does it change? Because you're saying I'm not understanding something. What am I not understanding? Mm-hmm. What is it that I'm not understanding? Because it should, if you're saying, you really don't understand, Mike? No, I don't. And it should be, from what you're saying, it should be obvious. Then tell me, what is the obvious answer? It's so obvious. He worked for CNN. How does that change the crime? It should be, and in every single article from every single news agency that is left-leaning, they do not answer, how does the fact that he worked for CNN or that he's black or that he's gay, how did that change the crime? They never answer that, because the answer is there is nothing about where he worked in his life or what color of skin he was born with or his sexuality. None of that has anything to do with the crime that he committed. Nothing. He could have been Jewish. He could have been Asian. He could have been trans. He could have worked for GM. It doesn't change the crime. That's the easiest way to figure it out. Change everything about Don Lemon, about Georgia Fort. Change their sex, change their sexuality, change the color of their skin, change their employer. Does anything change in the crime they committed? No. Therefore, it's insignificant. It is useless. It is a distraction. It is a false equivalence of authority. It is a way to manipulate people. And Hal says, to be fair, Hal says, I didn't say it changes anything. You implied it. You did imply that his employment changed something. Okay. The goal of the article isn't to change the crime. No, it's to excuse the crime. The article by NPR and many others are to excuse the crime that he did, to say that he really wasn't a criminal because he used to work for CNN. And he did something similar to the work he did for CNN. He did something that was similar to being a journalist, except he broke the law. And they leave out the fact that, oh, but he broke the law. And whether he was a journalist for CNN or anyone else, he could work for the New York Times for all I care, he still committed a crime. And where he worked or the title that he uses does not change that. And they're trying to change the way we think about it. They're trying to give him a justification for what he did. He's not justified. They're trying to give him an excuse for what he did, whether it be racial or sexual. He doesn't have any of that. So I understand I understand the question that you asked, Hal, but I'm actually breaking it down, and I'm actually saying, if we change any aspect of that, which is the only thing that matters, is what did he do? And no matter how you change all the other circumstances around it, what did he do? And if you change everything else, he still committed this crime. And they're now saying, well, see, his First Amendment rights were broken. No, he violated the First Amendment rights of others. That's what he did. And no one has impeded his First Amendment rights. Well, black people can't speak anymore. Hello? Look at the screen. I'm black. And I know you know that, pal. I'm not talking to you. But to the people, oh, black independent journalists can't do anything. I've been doing this 20 years. The only people who try and piss on my parade are the Democrats and the liberals. So I still don't get it. Why are they including the fact he worked for CNN? Why is it worth mentioning? Other than to give him an excuse of authority, to somehow try and say he's justified because he learned as a member of CNN that he could do this and break the law and it's okay. In fact, it'd be the opposite. As a member of major media, whether it be the New York Times or it's CNN or it's ABC, doesn't matter. He would be told by his producers at the very least, you can't do this. It's a crime. He would know that. You can think it's not a big deal. You could say to me, well, I don't care about the crime, or you could say, I think he was justified anyway, that it was worth it. You can say a lot of things that you may feel, Hal, and I'm fine with that. And other people may have that same exact feeling, but that's not an excuse. He deserved to be arrested. He deserves to go to jail, apparently, for what he did, based on the evidence that we have at this moment. And he doesn't deserve, or it's not important or valuable for the excuses that are being thrown up to protect him. Least of all, his color of skin, his sexuality, or the excuse that he worked for a company. Those are irrelevant facts. They mean nothing. Nothing. And if I seem a little bit more mean than I'm not being mean, Hal. I'm not. I'm somewhat in pain, like I said, all through the show. My back is killing me. I'm in pain. So don't misunderstand the pain as I'm saying this. I'm not upset with you. I value your opinion. I don't agree with you. I don't see a value in what the news media is putting out there other than as a means to deceive. All right. Let's see. My back's not going to keep up for long, so I don't have long. I'm going to be kind of short. So here we go. Let me move forward. I got one, maybe two more things to discuss. And by the way, Hal, I'm more than happy to keep having a conversation with you. I am. But I need the answer to that key thing. Why bring it up? It changes nothing. It's not important. So why bring it up other than as an excuse? That's it. I did want to bring up one other thing before the show ends. And that's going to be right here. So Kathy Hochul is picking on Bruce Blakeman, which is kind of funny. Because Bruce Blakeman, obviously the Republican, who's losing in the governor's race 2026, we will be electing a new governor for New York. Bruce Blakeman currently is the leader on the Republican ticket. Currently. That may change. My good friend Larry Sharp is running on the Republican ticket, or running for the Republican nomination. So there may be a primary and Blakeman may lose. Blakeman only has 45%? Only 45%. The majority of Republicans are unsure and unwilling to trust Bruce Blakeman. Knowing that, Kathy Hochul is trying to seal the deal. And she says, Bruce Blakeman says that ICE is doing a very good job. They are. If you're looking across the country, if you're looking at the number of people, over 650,000 illegal aliens have been deported from the United States. There are a handful of questionable events in the last year. There's a handful, literally a handful of questionable events, most of them sparked by leftists in very leftist cities across this nation. Portland, Seattle, LA, Chicago, New York. These aren't neutral cities. And you have the leadership in each of those very questionable cities and states who have been inciting more violence, as we have covered in many, many episodes over the last year. They've been inciting the left to riot. She goes on to say, he calls Americans who speak up for their rights paid professional agitators. Well, the fact is, some of them are, and have been proven to be, some of them are actually paid And they are agitators, not protesters. When violence takes place, they stop being protesters, they become agitators. They are criminals. Now, I'm not saying this to say that Blakeman's doing a great job, but here's the thing that I found really interesting about this statement by Kathy Hochul. She's talking about the rules of law in her comment, that she's fighting for accountability, safety, and the rule of law. The rule of law is that illegal aliens get deported. That's the rule of law. The rule of law says that you have to ask for asylum before you are given asylum in the United States. That's the rule of law. The federal government is enforcing the law. That's their job, according to the Constitution. And New York State is a sanctuary state. That violates the law. That's breaking the law. Here, Kathy Hochul says she's going to follow the law. She's breaking the law in front of your face. She is the hypocrite. No matter what Blakeman said, Kathy Hochul is the governor, and she is breaking the law. She has supported a sanctuary state. That's criminal. That breaks the law. She is aiding and abetting illegal aliens. They are criminals. That is a crime. She is breaking the law. I don't get it. It makes no sense. All right. And yes, I want Larry to win. Larry's running on the Republican line. He did come out with an announcement on Friday, and there will be more news on that going forward. He is going to the Republican convention for New York to try and get on the Republican ballot that way. He may be getting petitions in addition. I support him in all of that. But my back is giving out, and I am in deep pain, and I am done. Not because I'm done with the conversation. I'm not healthy enough at the moment to keep going further. I've gone through 4 hours today. That's as much as I can get done. So we're going to end the show a little bit earlier than I would normally want to. I thank you all for taking the time. I look forward to all of your comments, whether you agree or disagree. I look forward to all of your comments after the show, and I will respond as best as I can. I thank you all for taking the time to be here with me, and I want you to be well. Be careful on the ice. Don't hurt yourselves. Stay warm. Don't listen to Mamdani. Go out, get out of the parks, get away from the bridge, go in, get warm. Thank you, folks. I want you to be well. I'll talk to you soon.